Good morning, Lou, Sister T. First one's here. Early bird gets a worm. Early bird gets a worm, baby. You want some worms? I got worms. Yeah, that's what we're going to call it. I'm going to specialize in worm farms. You know, like ant farms. You know. I'm going to call it I Got Worms. Get a little wiggly with it today. Gotta wiggle it out. Gotta wiggle it out. It's Sunday. Gotta wiggle it out. All right, so I accidentally bought the wrong cat food for Tux yesterday, so he's gonna be super stoked. It's a gravy. It's one with gravy and bits and pieces. He loves that one, but it's not very healthy. I also mixed a 50-50 of Simon's food from last night with Ziwi and a 50-50 of Ziwi with Fancy Feast. Both of them with Fancy Feast. And we'll see if he goes for those also, maybe. But yeah, he's got a little special treat today he doesn't know about. He's going to be, woo, he's going to finish the whole plate. You just watch and see. Either that or he's not going to want any of it. All right. Going. I'm off. I want to save the cats. Oh yeah, I knew he'd like that one. Robert, 11. At my time? Dude, look at him go on that plate. See, I accidentally picked the wrong one. It's the it's like got chunks with gravy, and all the fancy feast gravy ones aren't very healthy. So I'm not like I don't want to give him that every day. Okay, that one he just passed up was the Ziwi Fancy Feast mix. And he's passing up. Alright. He's passing up both mixes. I could take him another regular Fancy Feast, I guess. I don't know. Seems pretty hungry. Yeah, I'll get one. He's not, you know. All right. Yeah. Let's get a meal in this morning. Maybe something will come on by later and try some of the others' food. Hey, Alan, good morning. I didn't put any gravy on the stuff, though. Maybe I should have. But I needed a control experiment. If I don't have to use gravy, I would prefer not to. Alright, Tux has full belly. Now he's going to go look for the ladies in the neighborhood because he's a ladies man. Hey, thanks, Alan. He's a ladies man. And not all the ladies want him, but he wants all the ladies. He is the neighborhood's Pepe Le Pew. Cat version. Right here. Oh, where's he gonna go? Where is he gonna go? What Tuck's gonna do? Going to the yard. He's going to take a little pisky. Little pee pee. What's he doing? Poopy. It's hard to say. Here he goes. Walks across the street. Oh. More guys across the street just hanging out underneath the car. That's sad. But he's got a full belly. Oh. What's going on today, man? I wonder how Ted's feeling today. Well, Ted might be feeling a little hungover today. Dude, they drank like a case last night. I don't know how people can drink that much, man. I think it just happens gradually. Maybe he worked his way up to it. I try not to go over a certain number when I'm drinking. Like I try not to go over 6. If I go over 6, I feel like I'm kind of overdoing it. I can't even imagine being at number 18 and not feeling like I'm overdoing it, dude. I just can't feel like that doesn't even make sense, dude. That's 6. That's 3 times or 2 times more. Or 3 times more. Wow. 4 times more. Forgot to have an intervention, Ted. I don't know. I don't see how that could be okay for the liver. Sunday, yo, did you hear about another Korean passenger plane has crashed, killing like 100 and something people? Only 2 people survived. What is the deal with every day a South Korean plane is crashing or doing something like running off the runway? Seems like they're being what is it? What is it? They're being attacked, cyber attacked or something. Hey, what you doing? They're saying it's the airport's fault though because they had a barrier at the end of the runway and they're not supposed to do that. It's supposed to be the barrier is supposed to be able to break apart apparently on the end of runways just in case the plane can't stop. Oh, that tanker's been seized. The tanker's been seized at Russia's Shadow Fleet tanker. It supposedly snagged an undersea cable. Red Robin. Yo, Red Robin is closed everywhere. There's no more Red Robins. Interesting. Oh shit. There was a shooting near me.
One woman is dead and several other people are injured after a shooting in Signal Hill. LA County Sheriff's deputies and
This is where I go to Costco at. That's crazy.
paramedics got that call at about 10:15 last night. The shooting happened at Lewis Avenue and East Burnett Street. There was a large crowd at the scene.
I know you can't see it.
The unidentified woman was rushed to the hospital but later died. Ambulances rushed several other wounded people to nearby trauma centers. Their condition not yet known.
Wow. Signal Hill's not known for shootings.
In your day-to-day.
No news on Sunday. Come here. Come here. Come here. Hey. Oh, she's using the restroom. Oh, you want to come here too? Only if you want to. If you don't want to, you can go. Yeah. Um, Sounds like she took a shit. Lots of scratching. Oh yeah, run! She runs out of there. Oh yeah, that stinks. Oh, she's going back in there. Man, it stinks. That's a bad one. That's why she feels so good, I guess. Yeah, I don't think you need to have the aluminum balls. You don't respect them. Chewing on them. Can't eat aluminum. Off limits.
bear at least a moderate amount of responsibility. This This comes as a study finds about 7 in 10 adults say that denials for health care coverage by insurance companies or profits made by health insurance companies also bear at least a moderate amount of responsibility for Thompson's death. With renewed attention on health insurance, the public taking to social media to share their experiences with the industry, including our next guest, who says she used to work for United Healthcare. Her TikTok now going viral.
Well, I worked for United Healthcare for maybe 9 months. Here's my story. I worked in the medical claims department and went through training for about 2 to 3 months to get out on the claims rep floor, and was taught so many different ways to deny.
That is Natalie Collins. She is now the owner of Mother's Keeper Doula. She joins us now to share more about her experience. Natalie, I appreciate you making the time, and I want to start with what you just said there. You say you were taught so many different ways to deny. Tell me more about that. What did you feel you were encouraged to do?
Every policy is completely different. So there was medical jargon in each policy that led us to have to follow these procedures. But more or less, we weren't given proper instruction to
You stand at the end of the sidewalk.
And there wasn't enough monies in certain files in certain companies to pay medical claims. So we would have to just get the client off the phone as fast as we could, and then if they weren't liking what we were saying from the script, then we would just call a supervisor and they would stand behind us, and while I was crying they were laughing.
You would actually cry on the job sometimes?
Oh my gosh, it was so sad. It was so heartbreaking. I was the bad guy every single day. Does that not feel good to anyone? Like, that doesn't feel good to me.
Was there pressure to find ways to deny claims? What exactly were you told?
We would have to go through multiple series of completions to see if we could push through claims, and sometimes it would get kicked back to us and be denied straight to the rep, and sometimes we would get them back. They would come back and we would think that they got paid, but they actually didn't, which is my fear with this claim that I was originally talking about. So.
Yeah, tell us more about this, because you say there was one specific hospice claim in particular, a widowed woman who called you. You say her husband had passed from pancreatic cancer, left her with 5 boys. And you say they, quote, told me every which way to deny this woman to get her off of our phone line. Tell me more about this case. You call it despicable.
They just wouldn't allow me to submit the claim. There would be alerts on each claim telling us that either we had to put it back in our queue and it would just go to someone else 30 days later, 60 days later, however they had it set up. And then we would have to manually go in and try to find that claim. And that's what I ended up doing, was to go in there and find it and pay it myself. But yes, if there was things being said or lots of phone calls being placed by the same caller, then supervisors would be behind us, instructing us to tell them certain ways to deny it or just to get them off the phone.
How did you perceive your role while you were there? Did you feel that you were truly there to help connect people with these services, to help them achieve their healthcare goals?
Not at all. Simple answer, not at all. It was just a sad building all around.
Mm-hmm. And you say that you eventually did try to apply money to this specific woman's claim, this specific woman's case, and then you say you shortly quit after that. Tell me what happened.
So once you get out on the claims rep floor and you're approved a certain amount of monies to pay dollar amount claims, I hit that amount for this woman's claim, and that was the only one that I went in.
Look at that. This is a fucking alarming. Kids think they have 50% pretty much that it's okay what happened. Actually, they're more acceptable of it.
That day to pay, and the moment I hit paid, we went on. It's like
I gotta put your food up, buddy.
And I just
going out here.
Went over to my supervisor and I gave her my badge and I left.
That was the straw that broke the proverbial camel's back in that moment.
Absolutely.
There is so much
Absolutely.
interest in United Healthcare right now with this system in general, with Luigi Mangione's case. I mean, we're looking at more than $200,000 the public is funneling into his defense fund. What is the message that you want the public to know, having seen the system from the inside?
Oh, that's a loaded question. That's a loaded question. I would push your employer to get you guys a better plan. It's all about your employer and who they are negotiating with to get their employees the best health coverage. So your plan at these certain companies can be great, but the other employees that work in different departments can have different different things offered to them, and people have quit jobs to find better coverages elsewhere for just health insurance.
Oh, absolutely. Tell me why you're choosing to talk about this on social media now.
I've had this story just like circulating in my head for about 11, 12 years now. And I mean, it's a hot topic right now. So, and someone just made a comment on one of my TikToks saying like, yeah, talk about United Healthcare. So I just did it, and I woke up the next morning and was shocked. I thought I was just going to reach my doula community. We were going to have a conversation about like other doula coverages, but I'll start talking then. So
Yeah.
it got big.
What is your message to insurance companies in this country?
We, the people, are sick and tired. We're fighting so tooth and nail every single day.
We the people, it sounds like it's the 18 to 29-year-olds.
Premiums coming out of their
which she looks close to being.
Paychecks from the RIP is just so incredibly sad. What this family could do with this money would be so amazing to relieve
the 18 and 29-year-olds are going to save the insurance.
Do I know what that is? I have no idea. But what we have in the systems that we have right now, it's just not fair, and it should be done and over with.
Yeah, and I want to bring up one more thing with the time we have left. We were looking at a study at the beginning of this, finding that 7 in 10 adults say that denials for healthcare coverage or profits made by health insurance companies bear at least a moderate amount of responsibility for the CEO's death. What is your take? What is your response to that?
No, but I don't believe anyone should die. I don't believe anyone should have the repercussions of ending their lives. But people are angry. People have reasons to be very angry. And
I can't get anybody to eat that freaking food, man. This is annoying.
And I denied them. It should stop.
Natalie Collins, I really appreciate your candor. I appreciate your time tonight. Thank you so much.
Thanks for watching. Go to joinnn.com to find News Nation on your screen. And don't forget to click the red subscribe button below to get more of News Nation's fact-driven, unbiased coverage.
She didn't eat hardly any of it, actually. She didn't eat very good. She just tried it. About half a can that was left, maybe. I don't know. I don't even think half a can was left with the fancy page. Maybe a third of a can, and then she ate a couple nibbles of the second, it looks like, and maybe one bite of the third one, if that. I really hate that food, man.
A tragic accident in Canoga Park involving a scooter. A rider was killed in a collision with an SUV on Owens Mouth Avenue just before 11 o'clock yesterday morning. Police say the 17-year-old driver of the car was exiting the mall and turning right. They say the scooter was traveling on the sidewalk. The rider, a man who appeared to be in his 40s, hit the ground and slid under the car before it drove over him. Police are looking for more surveillance video as they investigate who was at fault.
Hello, I'm Mark Brown. Get more great ABC7 content by clicking
Portland men search for Sasquatch, die in Washington forest. Oh, there it is right there. There it is right. Dude, people, remember all the economists are like, people are spending more this Christmas. The economy's good. No, it's not. They couldn't afford it.
Well, holiday shoppers were out in full force this year. Reports show spending increased by nearly 4%. But with more spending comes more debt. Scripps News national correspondent Dan Grossman is
dumbass
live in
Americans.
Dan,
why are people going into debt for
talking
Christmas? Here? What the fuck? That's not the point of Christmas, is it?
A significant amount, Holly. $1,181 is the average amount that each person that responded to this Lending Tree survey took on. They actually titled it, you know, about Dancer and Prancer, but what about stress and regret? So it's pretty clear that people spent more or higher above their
$4,000
to Lending Tree
debt
analysts. A big part
average?
of this are those stubbornly high prices that so many of us have dealt with for what
just
feels
holidays
like years now. He was saying that if you bought the exact same things this year than you did last year, you likely would have spent more money. Now, the idea of debt is interesting because, you know, some people can put it on lower interest loans. Some people are putting it on credit cards. 42% of folks who said they took on debt said they took it on a credit form that has an interest rate of 20% or higher. 60% said that they are only going to be making minimum payments, while 40% said that they are going to be paying that debt off over the course of 5 months or longer. So it's pretty clear that people wanted to spoil the people that they love. Gifts are one of those things that many people don't even consider discretionary spending. They consider it mandatory spending, as it's something that is baked into tradition every single year.
The stupidity
about the debt
go into that much debt over it,
and where it might lead us into next year when it comes to consumer spending.
Make them something. If you're going to be
high prices, people still feel like they have the money to spend that. But it'll be interesting rather to see how this spending lends itself into the new year.
The great conundrum, I guess, every year. Scripps News national correspondent Dan Grossman. Thank you, Dan.
People are so worried about pleasing others is the fucking thing. Oh, I gotta get him something so he likes me. Like, if you're gonna go into debt, I don't know. I went into debt over this. So people like me. Much more than Christmas debt. You're debt for Christmas. Yeah. I don't think I went any debt either. I'm already in debt. I'm in $19,000 of debt already, so. Hey, Delia, welcome. Joba, welcome to D-Live.
Establish surveillance. Cognitive movement suggests that he comes out somewhere between 7 and everybody. We have 3 targets scheduled for this morning. The first of which is here in the Bronx.
This is some mass deportations of work.
Trying to seek a better life, working, trying to support for a family.
We already saw this.
If they're not causing an action that's going to cause a reaction by us, we don't know about them. And that's why when you hear about these raids and sweeps, we just grab people. No, we need probable cause to arrest individuals. And that's why. I mean, here in New York, it's unfortunate that we have such a... And that's why we go through this rigorous investigation that goes from the officer to legal department back to the supervisor, and then we're out in the field doing our targeted enforcement.
Do copy.
Cars get in the parking lot since they're open?
Yeah, regional.
You should.
What a pain in the
We need
ass.
travel documents to remove individuals to other countries. So if we don't have a travel document from their country of citizenship, we have to obtain it. We have to work with the consulates and then remove them that way. Number two, you know, we have to set up the removal flights. So depending on their nationality, we have a ICE Air. It's basically an operational worksheet that goes into each targeted enforcement that you have, so the officers are aware of exactly the type of individual that you're dealing with. And if, hey guys, where I'm set up, the house is what, to my right here? And then they'll be flown to like a hub in Louisiana. And then they put all the individuals from these certain countries together, and then they do flights with our staff on them to these countries.
Quickly, he's crossing in front of me.
Hold on.
Black backpack.
Yeah, that's
Frazier.
When we go to situations to make an arrest, we make sure that we have ample enough of officers, because number one, if this individual we're waiting on to see if he could come out of the house to effect arrest, if we have to go into the residence, then at that point you want to make sure you have a majority of officers, because obviously each person that lives in its own residence has the upper hand because they know where everything is. These individuals that would normally come into our custody, we would take them directly into custody, vet the individuals that were foreign-born being released from Rikers Island. If we had probable cause, we would take them into custody. Back then, during that time, and 10 years ago, before this new sanctuary policy came into effect, we were taken into custody approximately 100 a month. I mean, in this case, we're dealing with an individual that was arrested and convicted of rape of a minor. Right? So sanctuary policies do not keep our communities safe. So a majority of our arrests are executed early in the morning as individuals are waking up and going to work. But there are plenty of cases that we arrest in late morning, late afternoon, and at night also.
He's taking a right back on 94th Street.
Deadly go-kart accident.
And now to the death of a 17-year-old after a crash involving a go-kart at an upstate family amusement park.
It happened at Frankie's Fun Park in Greenville off Woodruff Road and involved several employees. Our Nate Stanley has the details.
The victim in this incident is identified as 17-year-old Kamil Savion Sewell, an employee here at Frankie's Fun Park. His coworkers remembering him tonight as a loving person.
Oh, he was an employee. He's probably doing something he wasn't supposed to.
and then all of a sudden I hear this loud bang, and I see his body.
Those were the terrifying moments 17-year-old Kamil Sewell was killed at Frankie's Fun Park on Friday. A coworker who wanted to remain anonymous says he saw the whole accident unfold.
The forklift was parked there, however, the prongs were outside of that gate. They were about 3 to 4 feet off the ground. It's really cloudy out, and also everything in the pit is painted gray. Those things blend in really well with the pavement.
According to the Greenville County Coroner's Office, Sewell collided with this industrial forklift, which was also operated by a Frankie's employee. Sewell's coworker says helmets are not required for riders and says safety needs to be a bigger priority for amusement parks across the state.
However, the policies that are in place right now, they could be modified to make it even more safe, because the problem is with a lot of these go-kart tracks, there's a lot of room for error.
He's also taking time to remember the impact Sewell had on his team members.
He always had a smile on his face. He was a very hospitable person, very good, very great and friendly to guests, very great and friendly to us as co-workers. It's really sad that, this situation happened when it could have been very easily avoidable.
And the coroner's office says they will do an official examination of Sewell tomorrow, and more information will be released as it is available.
Oh, they about to get
Reporting in
Sewelled.
Greenville, Nate Stanley, WIFF News 4.
What?
The Biden administration is set to announce a $1.2 billion weapons package for Ukraine next week. This, as President Biden's time left to help broker a ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas, is dwindling. Joining us now, here on set, former CENTCOM spokesperson and retired Colonel Joe Pacino. Joe, thanks for being here in the holiday week, but so much happening worldwide. Let's start with the Ukraine aid package. $1.2 billion leaves about $4 billion and change in this presidential drawdown authority, but clearly looks like Biden's trying to get more weapons out of the window before the Trump administration takes over.
Well, that's exactly right. President Biden is looking to try to give Ukraine as much leverage as possible before the Trump administration comes in. I'm not sure what kind of hand that leaves Trump with here in order to broker a ceasefire, but that's really what the Biden administration is looking to do. What they've always been trying to do here is just push as many weapons, as much material as they can into Ukraine to strengthen the Ukrainian position.
Was there anything, Colonel, significant in this package in terms of weapons? I know there were some surface-to-air missiles and some defense systems. Anything really different from what we've seen before?
More of the same. A lot of what we've seen before, the drones, surface-to-air missiles, air defense systems, and I think those are intended to harden and fortify the Ukrainian positions and really strengthen their hand in Kursk, which is really, they're losing a lot of leverage there.
Retired CIA Station Chief Dan Hoffman weighed in on this. Here's a little bit of what he had to say. Take a listen.
This was a reflection of the Biden administration's failed policy. They never gave Ukraine what they needed when they needed it. Too little, too late. That's why Ukraine continues to suffer these attacks on their critical infrastructure, denying people heat and power. Biden administration behaved as if Ukraine had infinite amount of time to defend themselves from this Russian onslaught.
Colonel, do you agree? Too little, too late?
I do. We've always been half in, half out with this. We've always been dribbling some of these weapons in. There's never been, I think, an organized policy around Ukraine or around organizing a ceasefire. Most people at this point in Ukraine want this war to end. Zelensky wants the war to continue. I think that in terms of organizing a ceasefire, organizing an end to this, there's got to be a way for Putin to feel pain. There's got to be a way for Ukraine to gain something, and that's never been really established here.
Let's talk about the ceasefire possibilities in Gaza. It seems that it's dwindling. We did hear in recent days Jake Sullivan saying that they thought they were, quote, close this time. Where do you see it?
I'm skeptical. I never thought they were close, really, in large part because Netanyahu is organizing and he's coordinating with two different elements. The military wing of Hamas, run by Mohammed Sinwar, the brother of the slain Hamas military leader Yahya Sinwar, and the political arm of Hamas, which is organizing out of the Middle East, out of Qatar, and is much more pragmatic, much more practical. Sinwar wants to continue the war. He's not going to give up these hostages. I don't even think he can give up these hostages because they're organized by many different factions. They're inside of Hamas. I don't even think he knows where they all are. And the political arm of Hamas wants to get to some kind of temporary ceasefire so we can organize a longer truce and come to some negotiations about Israel fortifications in the south. I just don't think it's going to happen. I honestly never thought it was going to happen under this administration.
So as the Trump administration comes in, and this is the hand they're being dealt, how did they approach it? President-elect Trump seems to be quite optimistic he can bring this to a close, but as you point out, it's quite complicated.
It's complicated. What I think the advantage that President Trump is going to have is this one-on-one diplomacy, this personal diplomacy that we saw in his first 4 years in office. He knows Netanyahu. He knows Netanyahu's motives. He knows Netanyahu's political operations, the way Netanyahu organizes and thinks about things. He knows him very closely, and he can push on some of those levers and I think come to some kind of agreement on that side of it, and then from there, some kind of agreement in Qatar with the political arm of Hamas.
I'm about out of time, but I get so excited to talk to you, Joe, because you know so much about this. I got to ask you just quickly, we had the Chinese spy plane flying over U.S. warships. That's almost an elephant in the room that President-elect Trump's going to inherit. How does he approach this?
Well, it's potentially very remarkable. You know, we see these images, 6th generation Chinese.
That was over our ships?
Fighter. They may have leapfrogged our capabilities on 6th gen stealth jet fighter. It's hard to tell from these images, but this is really something we're going to have to address. Great power competition is something that President Trump prioritizes. You remember when he came in the first time, national defense policy was China, 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 and we're going to see that the second time with
And
President
they
Trump.
seem ahead of us in warships.
They seem ahead of us in warships. They may be ahead of us here in 6th gen.
In warships.
This is going to be something to look forward to in the new year. Colonel Joe Pacino, thank you so much for being here, and have a happy new year.
You too, Griff. Thanks so much.
Hey, everyone.
I don't know about that.
Excuse me, didn't do anything. You don't like the words. Free speech is dead. Excuse me, didn't do anything. You don't like the words coming out of my mouth. No, we're not coming off. And you're going to have to take everyone off. Do you guys see what's happening in America? You didn't like what he said, and now we're getting kicked off a plane. And all of you all are going to have to wait. This is outrageous. You guys, we're going to turn into China. It's coming. Apparently, the president or the mass people didn't like what I said. Really? Oh, I love Elon Musk. He is the best. Elon! I am suing you. What is your name, sir? We didn't do anything. We did nothing. Trump's going to win you there, right? Shanghai, guys. What? Yeah, I'm filming you. Because you're the reason we're getting kicked off. Gene, we're not getting off. Excuse me. It's our anniversary. No.
The customers on the aircraft was not cooperating. We're going to have to get everyone off the aircraft and then reboard. As soon as the sheriff gets here, we do apologize.
What did we do? Can you tell me what we did? Listen, you gotta get off the plane because we're Trump supporters. Seriously. I really think that's what it is.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Maybe it is that. Maybe it is that. I don't know. I didn't see the entire situation, you know? All we see is when this bitch turns the phone on whenever she's pissed off. I want to see what happened before that. You know what I mean? I don't trust. This is fucking Reddit, dude. They're Trump-hating ass motherfuckers on Reddit, dude. Most of them. I think all the people that voted for Harris are on Reddit. Simply don't trust the Reddit uploads.
Picture this, it's 11 years ago. I'm in a massive university intro psychology class. Everybody in my 250-person lecture is freaking out because it's the last class before the exams and none of us are ready. Professor says, you know what, you guys seem stressed. I'm just going to give all of you a 95% blanket across the board, but you have to vote unanimously on it. He puts the poll on the board, we vote, 20 people say, nope, I don't want the guaranteed 95%. He puts another poll up that's just like, why? So option A is I selected the 95% because I want it. B, I think I could do better. C, I don't want a grade I didn't deserve. And D, I don't want somebody else to get the same grade as me, even if they didn't study as much. And all 20 people who didn't want the 95% didn't want it for that last reason. Professor said, this is the most important psychological lesson I will teach you this semester. I've been doing this experiment on classes for the past 10 years, and not one class has agreed unanimously because there's always somebody who doesn't want someone to have what they have because they don't think they deserve it. Statistically, only 10 of you will get a 95% or above. Because in life, greed will always hurt you more than it helps you.
Wow. Just like I was just talking about the other day, A Beautiful Mind. The scene, here, I'll play it. Beautiful Mind bar scene. This one, how long is it? 2 minutes, 30 seconds? I don't know if I'll get one thing. One of them get me for it.
Incoming, gentlemen. Aye, aye, aye. Deep breaths. Nash, you might want to stop shuffling your papers for 5 seconds.
I will not buy you gentlemen beer.
Oh, we're not here for beer, my friend.
Oh. Does anyone else feel she should be moving in slow motion?
Will she want a large wedding, you think? Should we say swords, gentlemen? Pistols at dawn?
Have you remembered nothing? Recall the lessons of Adam Smith, the father of modern economics.
In competition, individual ambition serves the common good.
Exactly.
Every man for himself, gentlemen. And those who strike out are stuck with their friends.
I'm not gonna strike out.
You can lead a blonde to water, but you can't make her drink.
I don't think you said that.
All right, nobody move. She's looking over here. Right, she's looking at Nash.
Oh, God. All right, he may have the upper hand now, but wait until he opens his mouth. Remember the last time?
Oh, yes, that was one of the history books.
Adam Smith needs revision.
What are you talking about?
If we all go for the blonde, we block each other. Not a single one of us is going to get her. So then we go for her friends. But they will all give us the cold shoulder because nobody likes to be second choice. But what if no one goes for the blonde? We don't get in each other's way, and we don't insult the other girls. That's the only way we win. That's the only way we all get laid. Adam Smith said, the best result comes from everyone in the group doing what's best for himself, right? That's what he said, that's right? Incomplete. Incomplete. Okay? Because the best result would come from everyone in the group doing what's best for himself and the group.
Ash, this is some way for you to get the blonde on your own. You can go to hell.
Governing dynamics, gentlemen. Governing dynamics. Adam Smith. Who's wrong?
Yep, here we go. Careful, careful.
Thank you.
Incoming, gentlemen.
The greed would end up killing them all their chances of getting any woman. Just like the greed of them not wanting other people to have what they thought they deserved and the other people didn't deserve, caused them not to get it either, possibly, because only like a very small percentage of people got a 95, you say. So those people that voted against the other people getting because they didn't want them getting it. They're probably not going to get the 95 either. That's the beautiful mind point. Great movie. You guys seen it? It's like that's just like a bar scene. Most of it's about cryptology. Simon. Yeah, well, him and cryptology. I think it's a true story. Let's see. It's a true story to an extent. It's based on events, right? Is a beautiful mind true? Beautiful Mind is loosely based on the life of John Forbes Nash, a Nobel laureate and mathematician who struggled with schizophrenia. However, the film takes artistic license and differs from the actual events of Nash's life in many ways. Won an Oscar. While inspired by Nassar's biography, the movie A Beautiful Mind differs significantly from the book. Oscar-winning film neglects factual events in Nash's life, most notably his divorce from Alicia, and misrepresents his mental illness. Heavily sanitized, it says, but he was actually a brilliant mathematician. Came out in 2001. Back when Russell Crowe was doing the damn thing, because I think that was right around the time the Gladiator came out. 2000, yeah, it was a year after Gladiator, so he was on top. He went from Gladiator to making that movie, so I'm sure a lot of people heard of it. Everybody. Gladiator. What, they made a Gladiator 2 in 2024? Oh, neat, Brody. Can't remember mine. I think my first DVDs, I got a bunch of them at once because my first DVD player I actually bought at a pawn shop. And the package deal came with a bunch of DVDs. That was the way to get a DVD player back in the day. I'm talking about like, yeah, that time. It was 2001 actually. It was a good time to go to pawn shops. Now pawn shops are ruined, dude. Everything, I don't know. They've all been ruined, I think, because they go off of eBay prices. They look at what stuff's selling for on eBay because they know that they can just sell it on eBay. Veterans with PTSD struggle during holidays. Go figure. That's breaking news. Whoa.
More than 10 arrests made early Saturday morning.
Arrests? I thought that was said more than 10 dead from a smuggling operation on a boat. Fourth discovery of human remains in Palos Verdes.
Oh, Tony being a savage again? What's this?
What's up, California? My name is Alex. What's up, Maiden? I'm Oliver. I'm Brian. And I'm Dylan. And together we are
gay as fuck. You guys are gay as fuck. Anyways, we've been making signage for more than 14 years. Any size can be customized with 3 years warranty. UONC. Turnover time is 20 days. Click the link in our bio for free quote.
Tony's at it again. What's this?
What?
Hello. Goodbye. Anyways, if you want to start a business on a budget, make sure you go to the Source Factory. Reliable quality.
Oh, man.
This is the biggest I've ever seen in real life, but this is fine. It's completely fine.
Yes, I know. Because we've been making signage for more than 14 years. Anyway.
And what's this? Daily dose of Tony.
So I got served today at the pharmacy, and
Sir, here's how to tell if your LED sign is cheap, sir. If the light burns out quickly, it might be using cheap LED, sir. In order to reduce the cost with the warranty list of well-roasted...
I'm gonna be real, like, I would assume somebody with facial hair is a sir. Like, I'm sorry. If we're gonna go back to basics here?
No tricks, no lies,
this guy again,
just
yeah.
cost-effective.
Yeah, where one's made, yeah, he just goes and says it, man. Like, I would look at this person and say, this person's a cross-dresser. Because, like, there are plenty of guys that like wearing women's clothes. I mean, that doesn't mean that you're trans. That's totally different.
Hello. Goodbye. Anyway.
He makes you want to buy a sign, man. Pretty good looking, too. What? Think Aslan's funny, but he's such a dork? Well, he's also a multimillionaire. He's allowed to be a dork. Like, the fact that you can't tell that that dude's a multimillionaire because of just how he's just like, this is going. Like, that's pretty sweet. I lived a block away from pawn shop because I already moved out. Oh, you bought it too? From a pawn shop? They're too super woke. Oh, really? How could you wokeify Gladiator?
Concerning new CDC report on the first severe human case of bird flu in the U.S. Samples taken from a patient in Louisiana show mutations that could make it easier for this virus to spread from person to person. Now, right now, there's no evidence it's been passed along to anyone else, and the CDC says risk to the public remains low. But experts warn a single mutation like this could potentially lead to another pandemic.
The virus may mutate and become more easily transmitted person to person. So the more this virus circulates and specifically co-circulates with human strains, that's going to increase the odds of the virus evolving to more human-to-human transmission. And that, of course, could signal another pandemic.
Joining us now is Dr. Deborah Birx. You may remember her as the response coordinator for the White House Coronavirus Task Force in the first Trump administration. We are very fortunate to have your expertise as we try to figure out what's going on with the bird flu and what it could mean. So far, 65 human cases of bird flu have been reported in the U.S. this year, all contracted by animals. But now we have this new mutation in Louisiana. How worried should we be about bird flu potentially becoming another pandemic?
Well, I love the way you said 63 cases, because I have no idea how many cases there were or are. Because our number one principle in preventing pandemics is detect. And if you go to the CDC website, you can see that they're monitoring more than 10,000 exposures, but they've only tested 530. What does that mean? That means we're not testing enough. And we know from other viruses that a lot of the spread can be asymptomatic. So we kind of have our head in the sand about how widespread this is from the zoonotic standpoint, from the animal to human standpoint.
So
now,
hard.
also
How you feeling,
remember,
Ted?
most of those cases described to date happened in the spring and the summer, not when we had H1N1 circulating right now, when we're running the flu pandemic with throughout the United States. So we have rising flu cases, and now we have still zoonotic events coming. So now you've set up for potentially a farm worker getting H5N1 also getting
Get
the
in my
current flu
mouse.
strain
Where is it?
and reassorting in that.
Stupid motherfucker. Dude, how much you want to bet this bitch is a Democrat? Both of them. And they want there to be a fucking pandemic because they're fucked in the head.
That individual. To me,
Look how
that's
happy she
almost
is.
a bigger threat to these mutations
Get
happening.
these fucking
in
Trumpers
individuals
inside.
over
Let's
time.
mask
When you say
them. Make them wear masks.
reassorting in that person, what
They
does that
know
mean?
Okay,
that
so-
Trumpers can't stand wearing masks, dude. They want to fucking muzzle us again.
The H5 virus, which doesn't adapt too well to our upper respiratory tract and is preventing us from getting infected, but it's affecting cows and pigs and cats and dogs. So our flu, which has the binding sites for us, for our nasal passages. Viruses are very specific, and so they're very animal or human specific. Now we have human flu circulating. At the same time, we have the zoonotic flu circulating.
And the zoonotic is for our
The
viewers again, the
bird
animals to
flu,
the humans.
yes.
Okay.
So we have the animal flu, let's call it the animal flu, and now we have human flu co-circulating. And at any time, someone could get both of those unknowingly. And particularly in California, where all the dairy workers now are getting exposed, flu is
Freak out all the
rising in the
Californians
south and
first.
into California. So we should be monitoring carefully that dual
Because if
exposure.
California
Because if you
fucking
get
starts
both of
doing
the flus at
stupid
the
shit,
same
the rest
time,
of the country will too.
the H5 flu, the bird flu,
Fuck you, Democrats.
get the
You
genes
fucking
from
shitbags.
the human flu.
Let's go to
and
Civil
make it
War.
Infectious to humans in the same way that our current flu
I'm
is.
ready.
And it could be it could become infectious to humans even if it's not coexisting with the human flu, right?
Well, if it mutates like it did in this
Yes,
individual,
like in the Louisiana
or in the
case.
case in Canada, but that sometimes is a random, slower process.
I'm
But if you have that
anti-Democrat at this
co-infection,
point. I didn't used to
then
be.
you can share genes.
Okay.
And that's a really, to me, the spring and the summer where we had all of the dairy cattle to farm worker exposure, we didn't have human flu circulating. So now we're entering a much more
always have
dangerous period. Yet,
Bitch, you're dumb. We always have human flu circulating. There's flu season where it's circulating a little bit more than normal because we're touching our faces more due to runny noses and shit. And that's not from being sick. That's from temperature differences from going inside and outside. Nose is going to run from that. And we touch that. We touch the handle. We get the sickness. That's flu season. But the flu is always here with us. So this is always a concern. People always need to pay attention to where you're touching your face, and like what you touching with your hands, and what part of your hand you're putting on your nostrils and your mouth and your eyes. We don't have to wait till flu season to care about this shit, but it seems like fucking Americans in particular are so fucking retarded that they need CNN to tell them, hey guys, be careful out there. Did people seriously just forget that quickly what we had to go through because of our stupidity last time? Because everybody's a fucking idiot and coughs all over the place, sneezes all over the place, touches everything, touches their face. We got to be treated like elementary school kids again and put your fucking masks on, people. I bet it happens, dude.
we're still not testing.
'Cause people
And we
are
should be
stupid.
providing tests free of charge to dairy farm workers so they can test anonymously weekly because
Man.
they'll want to know if they have both cases
wanna
of
go back to
potential
that,
flu
dude.
co-circulating
That's so
in their
shit.
own body to protect their
It
families.
was so
People are very
fucking
smart. I find the
shit
American
walking around like that
public to be
everywhere,
incredibly smart.
dude.
If you tell them the risk and you give them
And you
the
know
tools,
what? Suicide rates increased dramatically from it.
they will utilize them to protect themselves.
Alcoholism increased dramatically. It hurt us as a society. We're still being hurt by it because people are desensitized to seeing people in masks. So you see somebody in the mask, you don't think anything of it. Next thing you know, you're getting hit in the back of the head with a lead pipe, and you can't identify the person. We're still paying for that part of it.
Like what?
Low risk of human to human transmission. Didn't we hear that
As
from
well,
the WHO?
I think we're still I think we're still antisocial from it too. It pushed us away from each other. 6 feet. People still, it gets into the wintertime, and I'll notice that people start standing 6 feet from one another. It's affected us. It's given us PTSD from one another. People are more scared of each other. Like, oh, you might get me sick. People aren't getting in relationships as much because of it. Also now, still. It's fucked our fertility rates up.
In the CDC about COVID. So I think our way through this is to use 21st century technology. Remember, it was the private sector that gave us tests within weeks. We went from 20,000 tests to 2 million tests. So if we got the private sector engaged in our response, they would help us get tests out to all of the dairy farms, all the poultry farms, where they could test both the chickens and the people exposed to the chickens, and then we would know how far spread this virus was.
Aren't they already
doing that? We're just looking
that?
for symptoms again. We should never be
They're
tracking
not testing
viruses
these
through symptoms.
branches?
You don't see a virus through a symptoms. You see the virus through the test. And we know from COVID, most of the spread was asymptomatic. If we had been testing in January.
Did you just hear that? They kept telling us that the fucking vaccines worked, right? All the vaccines did for a lot of people was reduce their symptoms, making them much more likely to asymptomatically spread it. Much more. And they remember they would talk about that. It doesn't keep you from getting it. It just keeps you from having symptoms. It doesn't keep you from spreading it. And she just admitted that most of the spreads were asymptomatic. It's because if you can't tell someone's got some shit, you don't know, they don't know that they need to be careful around other people. They don't know that they need to be coughing into their shirt or making sure that they're washing their hands more. They don't know they have it. And that's what the vaccine did. It made it almost more transmissible.
As many other countries were, we wouldn't have had the spread that we had. So I'm hoping we learn from.
But it sounds like it doesn't. It sounds like from what you're laying out, you don't think this country has learned from the COVID pandemic.
Our
and there's not a sense of urgency
we haven't
right
learned
now.
shit. They haven't.
Making the same mistakes they made with COVID. The principle, number 2 principle of pandemic is detect. And the only way to detect for viruses is to test. You cannot see a virus through symptoms. You miss so many cases.
Why aren't they testing?
Yet we're still talking about flu-like illness.
It makes me think our government wants this to happen. If our like we have regulations for this, right? Shouldn't our government regulatory agency that's in charge of this type of thing, they should be out in their white suits, and it should be like the movie Outbreak, making sure that we don't have one. They want this to happen, man. If it happens, I'm convinced they let it happen.
Well, there is no flu-like illness. There's RSV, respiratory syncytial virus. It causes croup. Parents know what that is. There's mycoplasma pneumonia circulating right now. There's flu circulating right now, and soon there'll be COVID circulating. Those are all
circulating.
Respiratory
COVID's already
illnesses that look the
circulating.
same. We should not be tracking illnesses by symptoms. We should track them only by testing so that parents know whether their child has RSV or flu so they can protect their grandparents. And the grandparents can know whether they have RSV or flu or COVID because flu and COVID are treatable. So we need diagnostic tests out there.
I don't get it. What do you mean they're not testing people?
You know what? We're not going to pay for that doctor's visit unless you have a definitive diagnosis. We'd have better respiratory tests within 4 weeks. Definitive diagnosis. You know what? We're not going to pay for that. And I know if CMS tomorrow said, you know what?
Who's CMS? Is it some insurance ruling thing where they decide what's formulary or what's a procedure that's approved or not? What is it? CMC?
Not going to tests out there. And I know if CMS tomorrow said, you know what, we're not going to pay for that doctor's visit unless you have a definitive diagnosis, we'd have better respiratory tests within 4 weeks. Because our private sector will respond. If there's a need and there's a way to be reimbursed, they will make the
CMS stands for Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. So Medicaid and Medicare aren't paying for people to get tested?
product.
I want to turn to
4 weeks, because our private sector will respond. If there's a need and there's a way to be reimbursed, they will make the product.
I want to turn to kind of looking ahead.
Bro, I don't like her. Why is she so happy? Why is she fucking smiling constantly? Bitch, stop smiling. You're just talking about death and destruction and what we're going to have to deal with possibly as a country, and you're smiling the whole time.
To Trump's picks to lead the nation's
like
health
her.
agencies. As you know, some of them are controversial. At HHS, you have vaccine skeptic RFK Jr., also a big advocate for raw milk. At NIH, by the way, the raw milk is relevant to the bird flu discussion, so that's why I brought that up. At NIH, a doctor
Shut
who
the
criticized...
fuck up. He's not going to be, dude. Maybe if we had testing where at these raw milk facilities or whatever, and before the milk went out, we'd be all right. Why are they testing our food? She said that they weren't. They're not testing the ranches.
COVID lockdowns. At FDA, a doctor who said the government was the, quote, greatest perpetrator of misinformation during COVID. Do people like this concern you about our preparedness for another pandemic? What's your take?
What I'm really hoping happens is what these individuals represent is a lot of what the American people are thinking right now. So instead of burying our head in the sand and acting like they're over there by themselves and there's not a lot of people who think that way, we need to bring everybody into the same discussion. Hopefully that will happen in the hearing.
You ain't changing our
where
minds.
we can hear from the individuals and there can be that exchange. And out of that can come people moving more towards the center of the response that we need.
Just no.
There were states that
Fool me once,
probably over
fuck you.
lockdown.
Fool me twice, fuck
And we
me.
just have to admit that and say, what are we going to do? Where is our school guidance for the next pandemic? That's what we need. We need practical school guidance. I was out on the road keeping universities and schools open. How did we do it? Testing. Once a week testing, didn't quarantine, just removed the acute cases, and they didn't have any campus spread. So we know how to do it, but we're not using everything that we learned and applying it because now.
How she just got done saying she's contradicting her shit. She just said a minute ago that most of the spreads were from asymptomatic people. Is an asymptomatic person going to go get tested? Why would they get tested? There's zero symptoms, and what are you going to just test everybody once a week? How the hell are you going to afford that?
We're just arguing about individuals on either side rather than saying, let's find a practical place in the middle where we can all agree this is going to be our response. This is how we
She definitely contradicted herself right there, right? With that, how she said, yeah, we started testing and nobody's getting sick now. We send the worst, the ones that are showing the worst symptoms, we send them home.
Keep the schools open. And it really comes down to being able to see what viruses are circulating. That's why I keep coming back to testing.
So obviously you think testing was a miss the first time around, and you think it's a miss right now.
I do.
What were some other lessons learned? Things that, as in hindsight's 2020, as they say, you would have done differently the first time around as we look ahead to the potential. I don't want to fear monger, but there is the potential of another pandemic here with the bird flu. What do you think the lessons learned should be applied?
Dude, how have we not had any fucking potentials for any weird shit like this until now? 4 years. For 4 years. Think back. Have we had any potentials? They've talked about COVID and be like, we still got it under control. Look, it could get a little worse, but it didn't. It didn't get out of control, you know. But now, all of a sudden, Trump's about to get in office, and New York has an inmate get killed, black guy, and they're up in arms over that. And this now. It's so similar to what happened before to cause the country to go into chaos. Then the Dems caused it to happen last time because they were the ones that were keeping the information. They were censoring everything. Dude, this could start a civil war. If they do this again, as well as the BLM shit start happening again, and it's Trump's last term, and a Democrat could get in office next time, I don't know, man. Like 4 years from now might be insanity.
And what should we all be doing right now? I mean, should we just avoid? It's the holidays.
Because remember, right before the elections, 4 years ago, it was crazy because we had a right winger in office for 4 years, and the Dems were seething. That's going to happen again. And if they're wearing masks again because they got it to that, then why is she smiling again? Happy she is. I wish she would say, bitch, why are you smiling to me?
We avoid gathering with a lot of people. What do we do?
No, I think, to me, testing is fundamental because I have my children test and I have the grandchildren test because we're still protecting people. My mother is 96. She hasn't gotten COVID. She's been in a multi-generational household. So all of these things are possible if you give people the information that they need to protect each other. And I think if what we learned anything from the last pandemic, education is much more important than mandating.
That's how they ended it, just like that. No, hi, I'm Mark Brown. No, hi, I'm Steve Kilmeade. I like how they edited it like that.
Is if we don't have enough to worry about during this cold flu COVID season, there's worrying news about bird flu. CDC says the virus now shows new mutations that may make it easier for the infection to be spread from person to person. And that increases the risk of a wider outbreak.
See the world, yeah.
Or even potentially a pandemic. The concerns over bird flu are rising just as we are on the verge of Senate confirmation hearings for Robert F. Kennedy Jr. as Secretary of Health and Human Services, which could begin in the first or second week of January. Kennedy's anti-vaccine stances are well known and deeply troubling for someone who would run the federal agency responsible for protecting the health and well-being of all people living in the United States. But it's not just Kennedy who is a concern. It's the people he would bring on board with him, like a raw milk producer in California whose products have been recalled due to bird flu contamination. This guy says Kennedy's team has asked him to lead the nation's policy on raw milk. Aswin Subsang.
Hold up. See. Okay. Why is this a problem? Maybe this guy being in charge, he could make it so that raw milk is being tested more before it gets sent out to grocery stores. Maybe you can make it so that maybe you can make raw milk great again somehow. I don't know. Why is it a big deal that he would be made? It's like is it his fault that the raw milk got out and there was a recall? He recalled it at least. He figured it out. I mean, look at Toyota and how many recalls they've had. They're one of the best car manufacturers in the world. So who gives a shit if he had a recall? Stupid.
To lead the nation's policy on raw milk. Aswin Subsang is a senior political reporter for Rolling Stone, where he is covering the Trump transition. And Brandy Zadrozny is a senior reporter for NBC News, who has written numerous stories on RFK Jr. and the anti-vaccine movement. They join me now.
Dude,
thank you all.
This is why I love to watch MSNBC and CNN, because you get to see what these whack jobs actually believe and what they're spewing to the masses. Because there's still a lot of people that watch these channels and believe just like these people do. 30% of the country or more.
So much for joining me tonight. Brandy, I'll start with you.
That's dangerous.
It's very easy to just say, all right, RFK.
It's dangerous because look at what they've started to do, man. They tried to assassinate our president multiple times. Those aren't right-wingers. Those are these people. And they're starting to shoot places up now. These trannies that are shooting places up, that church shooting. These aren't right-wingers. Left-wingers are doing really the craziest shit in our country lately. I don't know where the billionaire shooter lies on the political spectrum. Does anybody know? Was he considered a Dem or a Republican or independent?
I'll start with you. It's very easy to just say, all right, RFK is a kook who left a dead bear and a park and did all sorts of things and doesn't like vaccines. But I think it's always important for the public to be reminded, how big is the agency he is about to run? What is the significance and the power that he will have in the agency he's going to run this new administration?
Well, sure. I mean, a former head of the HHS that he is now about to be face confirmation hearings for.
Holy shit, lady! Her glasses are too big.
A shocking amount of power with the stroke of a pen. This is a huge organization, rivaled only by defense, and it is it is in charge of everything. It is in charge of what we eat, the medicines we take, how we respond to outbreaks. It is responsible for the health of our babies and baby formula, and it's everything. It's every single thing.
Yeah,
and, if we don't have our health, we have nothing.
But aren't there the checks and balances put in place? Like he is not like he can just be like and change. Can he? Like there's going to be people that are going to be have something to say. Like if RFK just does something out of the fucking like, whoa, what the fuck is going on? A bunch of people that are regular people, Republicans, are going to be like, yo, what, Trump, RFK's doing some crazy shit over here, man. And Trump's going to be like, yo, RFK, knock it the fuck off. What are you doing? You're getting a little too wild over here. Like, so I'm not worried about it, dude. I'm not worried about it. Why? Like, there's no way he's just going to give him the keys and be like, hey, do whatever you want, RFK. Fuck it. I don't care. Fucking America. Drive it into the shitter. That's how they want their viewers to believe, though. It's stupid. It's so stupid. Why are they so stupid? Democrats are stupid, man. I'm starting to realize what the problem is.
And the idea, you said, some of his greatest hits were, yes, the bear. But like in that example, a bear was killed, not
by the way,
by Kennedy.
There are a bunch of retarded ass Republicans out there. Don't get me wrong. I mean, if 70% of the country is voting Republican, there's bound to be retarded ones.
And, that's, who cares about that, right? I care very much because the people that I talk to care very much about what he will do specifically with vaccines. That is the number one fear, because right now that affects our children, that affects babies all over the world. And we have seen what happens when RFK gets involved with children's vaccines. We saw it in Samoa in 2019. Babies die. If you hold up, engender mistrust in vaccines, which is what he will do because he.
Okay, I need to look that up. Where? Somalia?
Vaccines. We saw it in Samoa in.
Samoa. Okay, Samoa RFK vaccine deaths. I'll never forget why Kennedy did. New York Times said something on it on November 24th. Deadly Samoan measles outbreak, December 10th, 2024. So there a lot of people are like, I want to see an old article on it though. I don't want some people rehashing some. Here we go. Wikipedia. 2019 Samoa measles outbreak. The 2019 Samoa measles outbreak began in September 2019. As of the 6th of January 2020, there were over... It's very weird they picked the 6th of January. There were 5,700 cases of measles and 83 deaths. out of the Samoa population of 200,874. So that's a pretty high number. Over 3% of the population were infected. So let me see if it says RFK in here anywhere. Here we go. In June 2019, American anti-vaccination activist RFK Jr. visited Samoa to meet with local anti-vaccination activists, including Taylor Winterstein and Edwin Tamenes, whom he called a medical freedom hero. Kennedy also discussed vaccines with then Prime Minister Tulupe Here, let me fix that. I'll do a text-to-speech thing here, because there's no way I can pronounce this. I doubt it's going to do it right. Okay. Yeah. And campaigned against the vaccine on social media. After the measles outbreak started, anti-vaxxers, including Kennedy, credited the dozens of measles deaths to poverty and malnutrition, or even to the vaccine itself. But there was no evidence for these claims, and clinicians reported that vitamin A deficiency or immunodeficiency did not appear to be a substantial contributing factor to the outbreak. So, how did he cause deaths there? Because he went there and he convinced people not to get the vaccine, apparently? Is that it? I mean, that's a little crazy. Oh, after the measles outbreak started, anti-vaxxers, including Kennedy, credited the dozens of measles. Oh, wait, I already read that. So, it doesn't say, let me see, RFK. Well, all the new, so the New York Times new one, it's like, I'll never forget what Kennedy did during Samoa's measles outbreak. Gotta sign in there, look at it. What about this one? Experts say deadly Samoan measles outbreak caused by RFK Jr.'s disaster visit. The outbreak was caused by him, they're saying. And this is Protect Our Care, whatever that is, website.org. Okay. Did RFK cause Samoa outbreak measles? Fact check. BBC did something on it. Fact check. Factcheck.org. They tell me something. I look back at Kennedy's claims. Okay, so I'm gonna go to. Not on there. What is this though? December 2nd, 2019, I found how a wrong injection helped cause Samoa's measles epidemic. This was before RFK's visit that this was put out, right? 2nd of December 2019. When RFK visit December 10th, wait. When did he go? It's not telling me. November 2019. November. So this is December. The very next month. The number of people killed in Samoa's measles outbreak has reached 53, with almost 4,000 cases reported in total. Their low vaccination rates are in part due to the deaths in 2018. So hit so hard. Vaccine rates, why they were hit so hard, this is saying. So, I mean, this is kind of interesting how they actually did need to get vaccinated. He was out there convincing people not to? That's alarming. What is happening? Jeez. Oh. There's a package outside. Where's it sitting? Oh, it's pretty big. I doubt somebody will try to steal it, but I should probably go get it anyway. Okay, so what do you guys think? It's a bet I did have RK in that spot because he was trying to convince people not to get a vaccine when they probably actually needed it.
2019, babies die if you engender mistrust in vaccines, which is what he will do because he will immediately start safety testing them, which basically means crunching the numbers we already have until his guys come back with the numbers that prove the point that he's been trying to make for decades. It's very, very dangerous stuff, and it can't be stated, it can't be overstated how dangerous this person is.
So, Swin, I'm looking down the list of potential people who will be joining and working under RFK Jr. We've got this guy, Dr. Martin Makary, who might be heading the FDA. He was also a COVID vaccine skeptic. He's involved with some sort of weight loss diets one way or another. And yet he's faculty out of Hopkins. So my question for you is, some of these people actually have certified and respected medical experience or scientific experience, but they're still considered extremists. What kind of problems could that create in running organizations like the FDA, or the HHS?
Well, you'll run into some problems that you have seen during the tumult and the scandalous periods, of which, of course, there were so many of Donald Trump's first 4 years in office, when a lot of the people he brought in with him who had some, dare I say, freakish policy prescriptions, no pun intended, were oftentimes backed up by a bevy of credentials that by no means did not make anything that they were pitching any less extreme, and something that President-elect Trump has been following through on so far during this transition period, which isn't even over yet, is that he ran on a platform that signaled heavily that his administration, whether it was the Department of Defense, HHS, the White House, anything else, would be packed to the hilt by people who believed in his worldview, which is dominated by, more than anything else, a sense of rabid conspiracy theory. And even though Donald Trump is the guy who likes to boast from time to time that he was behind Operation Warp Speed and things like that, there is no question that for years, starting early on in his post-presidency, he's been cuddling up heavily to the incredibly dangerous and deadly anti-vaccine movement. I reported back in 2021 that there were close confidants of his, including veterans, senior veterans of his first administration, who came to him begging him to spearhead and star in, along with Melania Trump, a pro-vaccine campaign when the Biden administration was starting to roll out heavily the initial versions of the coronavirus vaccines. He steadfastly refused time and time again. And it was very clear to people around him that the reason he was doing that was because he didn't want to tick off the anti-vaccine movement, which nowadays skews heavily pro-Trump and Republican. And going back to something Brandy was saying earlier about how, just to hammer home the point, and not that she needs me to hammer home the point because she made it beautifully and not her fault, but grotesquely earlier, that children die when these things come into positions of federal influence. Scott Gottlieb, who was the FDA commissioner during the first Trump administration. He's not considered a squish like a John Kelly or someone like that who likes to go out there and talk about how fascistic they think Donald Trump is. He has publicly said that if RFK Jr. gets in there and follows through with the policy prescriptions that he's been trotting out there, people will die. I know we're all immunized almost to a lot of the insanity coming out of this transition, but I do not remember the last time a veteran of someone's administration came out to say, oh yeah, if you do this thing that you're planning for, yeah, my former boss and his minions are going to end up killing you.
Brandy, I want to follow up with this because I think this is really key. When we start talking about conspiracy theorists, when we talk about people who are in charge of vast administrations, I think about the science. I think about the amount of research money that is no longer going to be put into prominent universities, into breakthrough areas in science that we need to study diseases because of the ideological beliefs of these people. Talk to us just a little bit about what could happen with funding. What could happen in funding to disease prevention and things like that if you have people who believe in herd immunity or don't believe in the value of vaccines? How could that impact the United States down the road?
Yeah, I mean, the best case scenario is that a bunch of cranks, much like we had, when smoking was not necessary, when smoking was still sort of debated in the public sphere. You had people from real universities, you had people who were really MDs, real scientists who were contrarians, who were, cozying up with the tobacco industry. In climate science, you have 99 point something percent of people agree that, the planet is warming. But then you have that little group of contrarians that will say, no, it's not. And what we're doing right now is we're seemingly going to fill HHS and CDC and FDA and down the line with these tiny groups of conspiracy theorists and contrarians that have fancy titles and Johns Hopkins and Stanford by their name. And so the danger in that could be terrible. It could be a bunch of cranks pointing to things in the sky that don't exist and giving money to things that don't matter. But like you said, like the thing that's worrisome is that our money goes to lots of places, very specific places. Like the FDA is currently focused on, they have to make sure that baby formula is safe, right? And what happens when we can't do that? We have a baby formula shortage. Vaccines don't just go out, right? It's a really, really special, complicated effort that gets vaccines from the maker of vaccines into children's arms. And that involves lots of little groups, like a group called Voices for Vaccines, which helps, bring communities together to bring those shots to the children who desperately need them. Those groups are use federal funds in part to fund their group. Without them, we break the chain. So there's so many ways for this to go wrong, and there's surely people who are currently funded that are links in that chain that really fear that they will no longer be getting federal money. And what happens when that breaks down? Another sort of vector for danger.
Thank you all so much, Aswin Subsang and Brandy Zadrozny, for making it very clear that the politics of this healthcare policy are important for us to understand. Thank you both.
I cannot get her to sit on my lap during the day. All we got to see what Simon's doing out there for one. Making a mess of my papers. Oh, what's this?
President Trump has declared victory after a federal judge in Texas put a stop to the Biden administration's effort to sell off the remaining scrap wall that he was going to use for that obviously the Biden administration completely stalled. He writes on Truth Social, in a major crucial win for America and our national security, a federal judge in Texas, based on papers we filed just a few days ago, has prohibited the Biden administration from selling any materials designated for the border wall. That has been wrecked by Biden and his cronies, and which I'm going to rebuild in order to protect our country from violent migrant crime, fentanyl smuggling, sex trafficking, terror attacks, and other heinous nation-ending disasters.
That's good news out of Texas.
Thank you, Texas.
The Biden administration not able to sell off what's remaining of the border wall. Yes, Ken Paxton filing that lawsuit, the Attorney General of Texas. Tom Homan was talking about this yesterday on Fox News Live.
It's disgusting that they're going to take that border wall, which like you just said, we pay top dollar for, and selling it for pennies on the dollar. Now we got to rebuy it. It's ridiculous. However, a little bit of good news. One of the companies actually reached out to me, willing to give us that border wall products back at what they paid for it, the pennies on the dollar, giving us back for the same price. So I think Ken Paxton, the AG in Texas, took immediate action. I know I've been working with Lindsey Graham, taking immediate action. So right now I think we got them stopped. But it's insulting. They wait 4 years just before we take control to sell a main piece of our plan to secure that border.
Yeah, we had Chuck DeVore on earlier, and I talked to him about the wall. And one of the things that is so shocking when you go to the border is seeing piles of border wall rusting on one side, people coming across the border, and then massive protection around the detention centers where they're processing it. I also went to a center that was for unaccompanied minors. And I'm telling you, Alcatraz is not more protected than, this. I mean, prisons are not more protected than this. The Biden administration did everything they could to make sure you did not know anything about the children that were coming across the border, the 300,000 that were missing, that remain missing, and the horrors that they went through. Rapes, little girls loaded up with birth control pills because the parents who sent them on this journey alone know that they're going to be raped, the number of tragedies that happened to them. And one of the people that has been, I think, a real hero in this, first of all, the group, the Texas Department of Public Safety, the DPS, but specifically Lieutenant Olivares, who has made it because he's a father, and these images have broken his heart, and he wanted America to know. He has made sure to let us know and show the photos, and we're the only network that's showing them, basically, of children who've come across the border alone. The latest. We just got these photos. This is a 9-year-old and a 5-year-old. Look at this. They came across alone with the cartels, and this often happens. The cartels get, for whatever reason, abandon these kids. And this is what happens. Texas DPS troopers recovered 2 unaccompanied female children. They were abandoned, as I said. This is just terrible.
All they had was that piece of paper right there that you see holding them up.
Yes.
Holding up, and it had a phone number and address on it. That's it, that paper.
I think it's worth saying, you guys, poverty is no excuse for child abuse. And what was done to those girls by those parents, and certainly by these evil cartels that their parents put them in the hands of, is pure evil.
And when you hand over the entire border to the drug cartels and the human smugglers, this is what you get. And one of the strategies that they will sometimes use, of course, is to deploy the people that they're smuggling, the humans, the children in this case, a 5-year-old and a 9-year-old. They'll drop them off in a place in order to divert Border Patrol over there so that they can sneak their more valuable for them drugs over in some other spot. And I think it's so important to show these pictures.
Yes, it is.
And it's so interesting because the most of the political media, they're always looking for heartrending photographs, and they want to show that. They don't show these, and there's a reason they don't show these, because they care more about protecting the Biden administration and the political left than they do about exposing the true human tragedy that is occurring at the border.
We'll see a change in this. Tom Homan and Donald Trump have promised to locate as best as they can.
And they have a record of accomplishing that.
Yes, the 300,000 children that the Biden administration has lost track of.
I'm Steve Doocy. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
President Trump has announced.
So there seems to have been, at least according to my producers who send me this stuff because they like to see me suffer, a proliferation on TikTok in recent weeks of viral challenges that women draft their unwitting husbands and boyfriends into. The challenges are really tests, and every week someone on TikTok comes up with a new way for women to test the men in their lives. And if the men fail the test, they're bad, I guess, and if they pass the test, then they're good, at least until the next test comes along. The problem with these tests is that they are tests in the first place, as we'll discuss. The other problem is that they're invented by women for men with a lot of womanly assumptions about what they mean and what a man's failure or success signifies. It's very clear that no man was consulted in the devising of these tests, which is a problem because men understand the psychology of men much better than women do, or at least better than women on TikTok do. So let's go through these one by one. First, we'll go back a few weeks to something called the bird test. And here's how the bird test works.
The bird test theory is basically a predictor for whether or not your relationship is going to succeed, and it kind of goes like this. Let's say that you and your partner are sitting at a coffee shop and you see a bird outside and you mention it to them. There's a couple different ways that your partner can respond. Your partner could be like, oh, that's a really cool bird, and engage with you and take interest in what you just said. Or your partner can dismiss it altogether and be like, okay, it's a bird. What about it? Basically, the Gottman Institute, which is this really big psychology institute for relationships, calls that a bid. And the idea is if your partner takes interest in the mundane, little small things that you talk about, the relationship is just more likely to succeed because your partner has genuine interest in whatever you say, regardless of whether that thing is a small thing or not. On the flip side, if your partner kind of keeps ignoring your bids, that's kind of a sign that the relationship is going to fail because whether small or big, your partner is not giving attention to the things that you personally care about just for the sole reason that you care about it.
Now, this is the kind of thing that makes sense if you've never been in a relationship that lasted more than 3 months.
Yeah, exactly.
If you are
That's
incredibly naive.
In the honeymoon, like in the very beginning of a relationship, sure. I was just thinking that, dude. You might be like, oh yeah, look at that, because you're trying to, you know what I mean? You're trying to get in. You fucking birds, you like birds? Oh, okay, I like birds too. You've been with somebody for a while. Oh yeah, bird, baby, I'm talking, right? We got shit going on right now with a bird. I get it.
And inexperienced, and you get your relationship insights from TikTok. You might have the expectation that your partner will be, quote, genuinely interested in whatever you say. But in the real world, which is populated by actual human beings, nobody on earth will ever be genuinely interested in everything you say. And they shouldn't be. You're not that interesting. Nobody has ever been that interesting. I don't care if you're married to Socrates. You're not going to be hanging on his every last word all day, every day, forever. Now, I find my wife very interesting and intelligent, but if she came into the room and said, I just saw a bird, I would not be especially interested in that information. I just wouldn't be. My only interest would be in the fact that my wife has apparently suffered.
I'd be like, oh, what, really? Well, what was it doing? Was it doing something? Like, I'm thinking there's more to the story, probably. But yeah, it was just so pretty. I'd probably be like, are you okay, sweetie?
Some sort of brain damage. Otherwise,
did you take
why would an adult be screaming about a bird?
The brain damage thing, right? Like, oh shit.
Bird, looky at the birdie. Like, what are you, 2 years old? Now, if you saw, say, a bald eagle swoop down and catch a baby deer with its talons and fly away or something like that, then that would be the kind of headline that would interest me. So there needs to be something spectacular about the bird to garner my interest. If you saw an ostrich ride by on a scooter, That would be a bird-related announcement that I would like to hear. Otherwise, what do you want me to say about a regular bird? Like, how do you want me to react? She said that you have to engage about the bird. What do you mean engage? Say what? Oh, really? You saw a bird? Cool. Was it? Did it?
I get half of it.
Did it have wings?
I get half, but she didn't say I saw a bird. She said that they were sitting together, and there's a bird over there, and she says, "Oh, look at that bird! It's so pretty." That's different. That's a little different. I mean, like, I can see that being a kind of like conversation starter, and if the guy just blows that off and is like, "Yeah, cute bird," and goes on to like talk about some other shit, that's disrespectful a little bit. Like, hey, yeah, okay, cute little bird over there. I mean, what's wrong with like that? Would to me show that they like if I'm out in public with somebody and we're together, I'm like, "Hey, look at that little bird over there." If they just blow off that I did that, yeah, that's a red flag. That's a no-brainer. Like, if the person's not interested in talking about the stuff that you are while you're out in public, then that's a red flag in general. Birds are no birds.
I don't know what the follow-up
see
is.
that
I don't know what a bird conversation would even be. Therefore, this entire test fails. And if your husband passes that test, it either means that he's being extremely patronizing. Oh, you saw a bird, did you? Tell me about the bird.
Yeah, no,
or
but
that he's
hold up. I need to see. I'm at 406 right now. I'm going back to exactly what she says here. 406. I think he's misjudging this. I could be wrong, though. How did she say it?
There's a couple different ways that your partner can respond. Your partner can
bird test,
and it kind of goes like this. Let's say that you and your partner are sitting at a coffee shop.
Right there, you're sitting together at a coffee shop. If I'm with someone at a coffee shop and I see a bird outside and I say, "Hey, it's a pretty bird," or that's a badass car. Look at that. I'm into cars, right? And she just kind of like, "Yeah, car, whatever." Yeah, no, that's a red flag. She's right. This is a good test, actually, but you have to be out in public. You can't expect people to care because, all right, if you see a bird out in public by yourself, they're not in that situation. You see a bird out in public with them, it's now a situation that they're a part of. Therefore, they have something to say about it, probably. And if they don't, that's a red flag. He's misinterpreting her story as being she saw it singularly and then came and say, "Hey, I saw something outside, honey. You should have seen it with me." No, she said specifically they're sitting together. That matters. And reading comprehension matters. So paying attention to what people say matters. All right. So this guy's not whatever. You gotta fact check people.
Extremely patronizing. Oh, you saw a bird, did you?
But he might have another one of these.
Or he's an ornithologist. Maybe he just really is into birds. Who knows? Or maybe he sees the cell phone in your hand and he knows that you're filming him for a TikTok challenge. That could be the other reason why he responds. You know what's interesting about the current state of health and wellness? Everyone's chasing the latest trend, the newest fad, the most exotic.
That's definitely something with the like having a phone in your face being recorded could change your answers on things. Simon, why do you do this? Dude, you're gonna get bit. Go to your bed, dude. You know she's up here. What do you expect me to do? You've been in and out. You had your chance. You only want to sit here because she's sitting here. You need to stop it.
As you know, I had to watch it. There's a more positive way of looking at this. I know I can be hard on TV. Provide some. Here's ways to cope. Try it.
Here we go.
Here it is. Let's watch.
I'm here. I'm here. And I know you're scared. I know you don't know what to do. But I've got you and I won't leave you. And I love you and I'm so sorry that you're scared. But it's okay to feel. It's safe to feel. It's safe to cry. It's safe to move through it. You're safe. I've got you. I can feel big emotions. I can hold space for myself. Crying is beautiful. Crying is healthy. Crying is not negative. It's okay to feel. It's okay to surrender. Keep breathing.
I mean, that's relatable. You know, that was basically me at Chipotle last night when they said they ran out of guacamole. And no warning, by the way. I went through the whole line. There was no sign saying, "Oh, we don't have guacamole." Because if I had known that, I would have gone somewhere else.
Okay, next one. Where's the next clip?
I'm perfect. The same hoping.
Another one? Was that the only
A lot of young
two?
men are worried.
That's it.
Would it be kind
Okay, here we go.
labor? A few weeks ago, I
Married with 4 children, and she's a bad wife.
Petty wife. Let's see.
A lot of young men are worried about getting married because they're afraid that they'll end up with a bad, selfish woman as a wife. But the good news is that the bad wives generally announce themselves. They're proud of it, and they'll tell you all about it. So take this woman named Paige. Paige is a TikTok influencer, also happens to be married with 4 children. And she's a bad wife and is very eager to alert the public to that fact, including with this video. Watch.
A few weeks ago, I said I don't do my husband's laundry, and a lot of people are saying, whoa, 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 those are small acts of kindness. Why wouldn't you want to do that for your partner? But here's the thing. Small acts of kindness that are mostly domestic labor just add up to work at the end of the day. So here's a list of things that I don't do for my husband. You all know I don't do his laundry. He can do that himself. I do my laundry, and we do the kids' laundry, but he does his own. I don't cook dinner. He cooks dinner every single night. I do breakfast and lunch for us and our kids. I don't pack him a lunch. If he's hungry, he'll figure out what he's going to eat for lunch the same way that I do. I don't make his doctor's appointments because guess what? He's not making mine. Would it be kind of me to do that? For sure. Is it my job? Absolutely not. I want him to be healthy, but he's a grown-ass man and he can book his own appointments, right? There's a lot of things that I don't do for my husband. I don't schedule his haircuts. I don't pack his clothes for vacation. Right? I don't do those things. I don't buy him new underwear when it's got holes in it. All of those are things that he's a grown man and he can do himself. Can I do small acts of kindness for him? Of course I can. And I do. I see a vinyl that I think he's going to like because he's creating a vinyl collection. I buy it. I'm at the store and I see something that I think he might enjoy eating. I buy it. I find a new non-alcoholic beer that he wants to try out. I buy it. Right? Those are small acts of kindness. Doing his laundry, cooking him dinner, making him lunch, booking his doctor's appointments, all those things, that's domestic labor. Those are chores. Those are not acts of kindness. Do I do them occasionally when he's working a lot? Of course. Do I cook dinner sometimes when he's had a really long day? Of course. But me not doing that does not mean that I don't show him love or kindness. They're different things. It is not my job as a wife, it is not in my job description to do all the domestic labor as small acts of kindness to my partner and receive nothing in return. I agree with this commenter. If it's going both ways, fantastic. But oftentimes, domestic labor, especially when you have children, adds up. And so, no, I am not my husband's personal secretary or his personal assistant.
Power of the penis.
I am none of those things. I am his partner. I am his equal, and I do not have to do things to cater to him and serve him at all times to be kind and loving for him.
Now, the video has gone viral with many women in the comments gushing over how much they respect and admire her for this approach, which is good because it gives single men the chance to go through the comments and cross all of these women off of the list of potential wives in the future. A video like this provides a perfect litmus test. That along with the other clothes. It takes actual...
I don't find that dude very funny. Maybe he's funny in his movie. I'm sure the movie's funny because he's like surrounded by Democrats that he's trolling. But in general, he doesn't make me laugh. Man, with my husband, hey Kirby, you wrestling today? You wrestling? You wrestling today, Kirby? Yeah, he's not that funny. His videos on YouTube, I've noticed. I thought he was a comedian. Got here. What do we got? What do we got? Oh shit.
This morning, heart-stopping video shows the moments a Brightline passenger train slams into a fire truck as it attempts to cross the tracks in Delray Beach, Florida. You see the train quickly approaching, and the crossing gates appear to be down. Other cars are stopped, but the truck goes through, and then the moment of impact.
Oh my God. Can you please tell me they're okay?
Damn.
Bystanders watching it all unfold, running over to
They
help.
probably don't wear seatbelts either.
The front of the train destroyed, mangled metal and shattered glass left behind, and the truck flipped on its side, also badly damaged. Officials say 12 people on board were taken to the hospital with minor injuries. 3 firefighters also hurt.
2 of them were trauma alerted or deemed critical at
Oh,
the scene.
no.
Authorities say
They're
they
bad.
were responding to an emergency call when this happened Saturday just before 11
What the
a.m.
hell
All
kind
of
of
them
dumb
now in
shit?
stable condition.
What? What kind of DEI hire was this shit? Can Gen Z cashiers sniff out counterfeit cash? Dude, you know something Gen Z is doing? Ruining a lot of old cash because they they don't know what old money looks like, so they're marketing it with a pen, and they're ruining the value of a lot of old currency out there, like 50s notes and stuff, 50 star notes, silver notes. They're marking. And oftentimes the pins won't work right on them or some shit, right? Like it'll mark on them because they don't, like, I don't know, they don't have what they're supposed to have for it to work. The pins don't work on older bills or something.
And Sharpie.
Let's see what we're talking about here.
The reports for this year are in, and when it came to work, Gen Z did not get A's. A recent study shows 75% of bosses say their Gen Z employees were unsatisfactory. 6 in 10 companies say they even fired a Gen Z worker this year. Bosses surveyed described them as unprepared, unprofessional, and in need of etiquette training. And the problems extend beyond just their attitudes. A New York Post headline reads, quote, Gen Z cashiers have no idea whether dollar bills are real, and it's driving bosses and customers batty.
What?
One manager uploaded this photo of real dollar bills that his Gen Z employees wrote fake on them in Sharpie. Why did they do that? Because they were old looking.
Dude,
they were wrinkly and old.
I had no idea that that's what this story was going to be about, y'all. Y'all know I just clicked these as they're getting recommended to me. Hilarious. I've been reading about this in the currency subreddit.
Design, right?
Fake.
Those are the older designs, but still legal tender.
Yes. So they don't know how to do it. Now, do you even remember, Guy, you probably use your debit card or your credit card all the time, but can you pass the test? Let's show a comparison. Can you tell me which of these bills is the real one and which one is the counterfeit? Should come up on the screen right there. Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Which is,
how do you even see that?
That is tough. I'm going to say the one on the top
Oh, wait.
is
Let
real
me-
because of the border.
But this is a new bill, though. This isn't an old bill we're talking about. And it would be much easier to tell in person, because this eagle thing here would have a coloration to it, like a gold coloration to it that changes to green. There are certain things that you could look for. The strip also should be there in a new 20. But with this picture, it makes it kind of hard to tell. I'm gonna go with the bottom one being fake. But dude, you can't tell from this picture though, really.
The border along the edge looks more correct. But I would have to feel them. It's a tactile experience, I think. But I'm going to go top is authentic, bottom is
the
fake.
top has a little wave on the top.
Yeah, I don't know.
The
top. Oh, that's weird.
The top one,
squiggly.
I actually, yeah, there's a squiggle.
Doctor, what do you think?
The bottom one's real. It's
You
just
say
cut off. It's just cut off.
So it's the image is cut off.
Okay, Lisa, it's real, I think, too.
I think I need glasses.
Okay.
I think the bottom one, but this is making me.
The reason why I say it is because this paper looks kind of weird.
The bottom one is real. I think, Guy, you were wrong. The wrong one. Because the top one is fake.
But it's cut.
But look at the wave.
Hey!
Yeah, the
Everybody else get it right?
looks suspicious.
Yeah.
Glasses.
Look,
glasses.
I noticed this.
Yeah.
Doctor, when I go into a store, and I like paying in
Color's
cash,
a little
I think it's
different in
fun.
this one.
You know, I
That's
like
a little-
cash, and I like. You
think it's fun?
I think it's
Teach
fun.
to it.
Like I
Like
like
they
to
should.
be a cash guy. You know, I fancy myself as kind of an old-fashioned type of man, and I want to use cash. And they look confused. I hand it to them, and they look like, oh no, I better go in the drawer. You know, they're afraid. They don't know how to make change. They didn't know how to make change years ago, but even now, it's even worse.
Well, I have a really hard time just getting them to get off their phone to say, may I help you with something, let alone actually ring me up for something. I think Gen Z and customer service industry is terrible. I'm not shocked that they don't know what's real and counterfeit when it comes to dollars. I'm half and half. I use cards a lot, but I am not cool enough to do like the whole Apple Pay and what do? You tap it, it on things. Like I still need to slide. I don't even like to use the chip very much.
I have, Guy, have you noticed that we're talking about etiquette? When you, with the Gen Z and younger, this no worries. Like you ask them to do something, they say no worries. Have you noticed that?
I'll say no worries.
You say no
sometimes.
worries. See, you're young.
Like if you
Are
say
you
excuse
drunk?
me, like you bump into me, like oh sorry, I'd be like oh no worries.
Oh, I see. Well,
it's a polite
Well, it
thing.
depends on the
I don't think it's
context.
yes. Context
Well, yeah, if
matters.
you
Of
run-
course, it's no worries. Oh, could
Are you
get me this?
fucking
Yeah, no
Gen
worries.
Z? They're talking about Gen Z, dude. Holy shit, Lou. They're talking about Americans, too. You're in Australia.
Depends on the
I don't think it's
context.
yes. Context
Well, yeah, if
matters.
you
Of
run-
course, it's no worries. Oh, could you get me this? Yeah, no worries. Yeah, no worries. You're an employee. Go get me the thing I just asked for.
Maybe they should be more worried based off of how they're performing, based off of your read.
Yes.
So maybe they should be a little bit more, maybe all the worries, Gen Z. You should have more worries, right?
I have worries about Gen Z, so I have all the worries.
I have worries, although I do the Apple Pay.
Yeah, see? You're
But I
good at
fumble
this. Oh,
with
I got
it.
the
Sometimes
read here.
yeah.
Don't go
Okay.
anywhere. A special edition of the Big Weekend Flops is next. And don't forget to follow the Big Weekend Show on X, Facebook, and
Luke wishes he was Gen Z. Young and dumb. I shade a little bit of it. Still fluffy and do what with her? Even if you already had 2 cats. Take her as an indoor cat? I'm not taking any more cats as an indoor cat, dude. I'm lucky that Simon doesn't tear up my furniture out there. I'm definitely not taking some outdoor cat to turn my house into its personal scratching post. Plus, Simon wouldn't like that. I already gotta keep her separated from him so no other cat eats his food because I free feed him to get him to eat as much as possible. Granted, none of the cats seem to like his food anyway, though, except for Sweet Pea. I'm not getting any more cats. There's plenty. 2 litter boxes, there's plenty. Photos surface of Biden and Chinese business partners. Oh, wow.
Delays and cancellations continue across the country this morning amid the busy holiday travel crunch. You're looking live at LA. Parts of the country caused delayed in the past 3 days. At LAX, flight delays have jumped this morning from 60 to 126. And we have 2 more cancellations to report, raising the total to 8 canceled flights.
That's so because it's too foggy. Yeah. Well, well, well. There it is, Lou. Dead. Sorry. Did you think somebody was in your house? Did you think I was in your house? He's like, fuck, he found me. How'd you get here so fast? Man, I saw a dog yesterday at the pet store. It was so old, dude. Sad. It could barely walk. A little bitty dog. I asked him how old he was. Said 15 years. He's having a rough week. I said, I hope he pulls through. He said, yeah, me too. We had to pick him up to get him to the grass. It was sad though. Looked like it. I mean, he wasn't yelping or anything, but it looked like he was having a hard time walking. He was very, I don't know, I had really bad arthritis everywhere. Hair was kind of scraggly. Greg Gumbel died yesterday. Simon, I gotta give you your medicine. You're gonna fall asleep right now, huh? Not comfortable down there.
Joining us now is Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett, Democrat from Texas and member of the Oversight and Agricultural Committees. All right, Congresswoman, when you hear those remarks, what are your initial thoughts?
Again, we have someone who doesn't know what he's doing. And, you know, this idea of, oh, you know you're illegal and then you go out and have a child. It's not quite that simple, especially when you have people that are doing things like seeking asylum and people that are saying, listen, I'm just trying to make sure that I can live a better life here in the United States. And I want to do everything that I can to become an American citizen or at least get some sort of legal status. And you have, you know, Trump that goes out there, him and his minions, and they say things like, you know what, we're only going to get rid of the bad ones, right? And so people sit there and they're like, wait a minute, you're going to come to my job where I'm working and I may be paying into taxes or whatever, or my kids are at school. You know, I think that there's going to be a rude awakening really on all sides.
There's also, to me, the idea that vulnerable women without access to health care or birth control may or may not be choosing whether or not they are conceiving a child, but I'll leave that there. Holman also said family detention centers could play a role in deportation efforts. And he added that those facilities would not be jails, but, quote, open air campuses designed for families. I'm not sure access to fresh air was a lot of people's issue with that policy, but I'm wondering how plausible that sounds to you.
I'm curious to know if he's ever been to a jail or a prison. The reality is that these are nothing more than detention camps that look a lot like jails and prisons. I mean, obviously, there's what they call the yard when you go to a prison, and that is an open air facility. But, you know, there's always been a lack of humanity when it comes to immigration and this administration. If people remember the separation before, they may remember that, but they may not remember how much money it cost the United States when we were sued about the fact that these families were separated.
And deportations themselves are really expensive prospects.
Right. We know, you know, Texas is like, hey, we will go ahead and give you the land to do what you want to do. But we know that there takes officers, right? So we're talking about needing to hire more officers to execute this. We are talking about you can't just throw people into facilities. You've got to make sure that you feed them, got to make sure that you're keeping them healthy.
Right. And those needs expand if you're talking about children and families as well.
Exactly. So it's going to cost us monetarily up front, but it's also going to cost us because we know, again, that so many of these people are actually contributing to our economy.
There's also this interesting kind of pivot where you've got, you know, Elon Musk pushing for more high-skilled immigrant tech visas and invoking anger from, you know, other MAGA supporters who claim foreigners are taking American jobs. And this is all playing out very publicly on Twitter or X, whatever we call it now. Do you think the Trump transition is sending mixed messages on immigration? And do you think they're going to be able to get on the same page?
I don't think that they've ever really had a message, right? Like the only message that we saw during the campaign was deport them, you know, kick them all out, that kind of stuff. That's what he was saying at rallies. But, you know, Democrats, we struggled because we could not really effectively communicate like why immigration isn't the most terrible thing that we've ever experienced, because it's not. We are a country of immigrants, right? And so because we haven't had these conversations about the fact that we get so many of our trained nurses right now, because we are losing so many in the healthcare field because of COVID-19, and we know that there haven't been investments made to make sure that we can have those workers coming up. We get a lot of them out of the Philippines, right? So we know that, yes, a lot of businesses, high-tech businesses such as Tesla, have been using those that are coming out of parts of Asia. So, you know, it's crazy that we really aren't having these worldly conversations, or if we aren't talking about what happens with our food supply and who it is that's actually going to work agriculture, who it is that's actually working construction. Like, there are jobs here for everyone, not only those coming in, but those that are actually right here every day. Because when we look at the joblessness numbers, they are low.
I also want to ask you, I mean, another thing Democrats got flack for, in addition to not, you know, pushing a comprehensive policy on immigration, was this kind of age gap, especially with President Biden. And, you know, House Democrats are coming under fire now for not supporting Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez for the top spot on Oversight Committee. And some are blaming the old guard. There's all these memes online, you know, another millennial not able to take their job because some older person won't retire. Do you think she was treated fairly?
I mean, it depends on how you define fairly. You know, I was asked a lot about this particular race as someone that obviously serves on the Oversight Committee. And, you know, while I think that both are absolutely qualified, I do think that within the Democratic caucus, we are really stuck in our old ways of doing things, which is you get there by seniority. And so if you've been there longer, then you get the post. And I don't think that we fully sit there and say, who may be best equipped for this moment? That's not to say that Connolly is not, but I just think that overall, that's what we continue to see out of the House Democratic caucus. And I think that America is looking at us and saying, wait a minute, we lost the election, and we know that the Senate lost seats. Now, the House, we picked up seats, right? But I think they are saying, we're looking towards y'all to show us that you're willing to shake it up if it means that we can move this country forward. But I think that oversight is going to be great under Connolly's leadership. He's obviously not someone who is new to this. He's very true to this. And I think that, you know, within the caucus, we will have some conversations about how do we do leadership, because on the Republican side, they have term limits. And so you can't sit in those posts very long. So they end up shifting out their leadership a lot more frequently than we do on the Democratic side.
And now for something completely different, I want to ask you about these recent Trump comments. He spent a lot of the holiday on social media targeting Panama, Greenland, and Canada for possible U.S. expansion. What do you think is driving these moves? Who do you think is talking to him about this? And how far do you expect him to try to go to accomplish these goals?
I don't know. I mean, it is crazy that this guy is about to walk into the White House for a second time. And again, I kept saying on the campaign trail, this guy doesn't know who our friends are. Now, I can tell you that he loves to pal around with Putin, and we know that Putin has decided that he wants to bring back the former coalition that they used to have, and that's why he went into Ukraine. I am here to say that we've got to have really good people around Trump, and right now the people he's picking are not the best people, because somebody needs to explain to him in a very elementary way why we don't go after our friends, why we don't start wars. And honestly, that includes even tariff wars with our friends.
Congresswoman, thank you so much for joining us.
Absolutely.
Oh my gosh, Kitty, you're so weird with the water bowl. I've never seen a cat get so excited about water. You want to come over here and look at it? Hey. Yeah, we're getting that out. Yeah, oh baby. Smell it without the water. Watch, here it comes. Oh my goodness. Look at that. Isn't that amazing? Drink it out of the bottle. Let's see if we can do that. I can't squeeze it good enough. Yum, yum, yum. She likes it straight out the bottle. You ever seen a cat drink water out of the bottle? Well, now you have. Shui. Lou, you're actually drunk this morning, aren't you?
Cameron County Health Authority Dr. James Castillo, who you just heard from, says that the cases of the flu and RSV are on the rise right here in the valley, and it's not expected to slow down with people gathering for the holidays. Jorge Vela has some tips on what you can do to stay healthy.
When you're sick, stay home. You know, you got a cold, which is, and stay home and be careful.
Residents like Roger Brightsman say they practice good hygiene and stay away from people who are showing flu-like symptoms to prevent getting sick. The Texas Department of State
I just stay away from everybody. Get the fuck away from me. You're infected.
Increased based on hospital testing. All
By
4
default,
valley counties have
you're all
also reported
infected.
a rise in local cases. Some people say they're getting vaccinated and practicing
That's
other
that
safety
good shit
matters.
right there.
The vaccine is to prevent, so it seems to be working in that sense. I have protocols. I juice a lot. I exercise. I stay out
He's
of
on that juice.
away from big crowds, and it's been working.
Cameron County Health Authority Dr. James Castillo says the vaccine is very important for older adults and infants.
People 60 to 75 who have chronic health problems, there's the option of getting a one-time vaccine. If you're over 75, definitely get this one-time vaccine. And then for pregnant women and babies who are being born during RSV season, there's some treatment options also. Definitely, though, you would need to talk with your doctor about those specifics.
Dr. Castillo also adds that face mask and hand sanitizer may help slow the spread of RSV. Even though the number of cases gets higher each week, Dr. Castillo believes the peak hasn't been reached.
In other words, we're not at the tail end or the downhill yet. So there's definitely a lot more infections to come over the next few weeks, the next month or so. So usually it's recommended to have gotten those vaccines to offer you protection. But if you haven't gotten the vaccine yet, definitely it's not too late.
And as flu and RSV cases are on the rise, Dr. Castillo also says COVID cases and hospitalizations are
Are
down.
you coming now? Are you
However,
coming?
he
Is it
does
your turn?
urge people to take these illnesses seriously.
Oh. China. Prototype. World's fastest train. Hey, no, that's not what you're supposed to do it on. What? No, you don't, Brody. Suds up your nose. I know you might. You're in Canada, right? You actually do that? Once it's in your nose, it's too late, though. Like, you can't wash it. It's so little. I was about to say, what the fuck? You know, the trick is you use the alcohol sanitizer up your nostril. Gets you a little buzz, you know what I'm saying? Whee! Whee! Gets me turned. I come out of the VA, I get all lathered up, and I go, you got to put them as far up as possible, because you got to sanitize. And I can get my fingers about that far up if I really need to. Because of my surgery, they open things up for me, just in case I needed to sanitize every now and then. So what I do is I get them soaking wet, and then it's dripping, and and you twist. And then you blow it all out really hard. That's why my nostrils are so big, because I do that all the time. But it works. It's the only thing I found that I know works. Do you know how I know it works? Because I've only gotten COVID once. I don't really get sick ever, you know. You know, maybe I should make a video on it, on my procedure. And like I said, it gets you a little buzz too. I'm fucked up right now from it, actually. Could y'all tell? I might be doing it a little too much though. Every time I leave the room, I do it, guys. I got a confession to make. I don't leave this room without doing it. I'm a little bit of a hypochondriac. It's the cats, man. I don't know where they've been. I can't watch them 24/7. Maybe I should get a camera set up in the litter box. You don't do them first thing, man. I get them knocked out first thing. Well, I don't get up and go straight to the litter box, but shit, shower, and shave. If I shave, I mean, I don't always shave. I do the other two always. And then this is my morning. I shit while looking at the phone, checking out what's going on. I shower. Or no, then I shave, then shower, and shave in the shower. If I shave. But if I don't, it's just shower. And then I go into, I brush my teeth. After I get out. Then I feed Simon. Stop chewing on that, you cunt. I'm about to get some of that shit that tastes bad and start putting it on stuff. It's chewing on my expensive Manfrotto tripod. What are we talking about? Oh, the litter boxes. Wait. Yeah, and then I feed Simon. And then if it's near 6:30, I give him his medication. Then I go do his litter box. I sweep up around it and do it. Get the stuff out. And then it's Sweet Pea's turn to get fed. I get hers, put it in there, and then I come in here after I have her food. I come in here with it and I turn everything on. That's when I start getting the stream ready. Once I had the stream completely ready to go, that's when I do her litter box. After I do her litter box, I take that into there to the trash, and I get the outdoor food ready. After I get the outdoor food ready, I come back in here and I start the stream. All the while I'm having to continually mix Simon's food up for him so he is enticed to eat it. And and before the shower, the first thing I do is actually get up and I look at Simon's food. If he's eaten some of it, I put it back into a nice little circle so that I know if he eats any more of it. And maybe it'll entice him to eat a little bit more of it. So, before the stream's on though, that's everything that happens. From 5:30 when I get up, a little around 7:15, 7:30 when the stream goes live. 2 hours. It's crazy that all that shit takes 2 hours, man. It really is kind of crazy. Why did I take the trash out? And oftentimes I clean that over the water bowl too, because it'll be dirty from the day before. Sometimes I'll do that. Two hours to get ready. Oh, that she's getting ready for just herself, or is she doing all kinds of stuff for other animals? Most of my time is spent doing stuff for them. Dude, her litter box takes... Dude, she's really good at digging to the bottom of the litter no matter how deep I make it. And she pees on the bottom, so they always stick. So what I have to like shift all the litter to one side of the box or to one side to be able to scrape it all and get it in the bag. And yeah, man, I wish you could just do like Simon and not make them stick to the bottom. Ugh. It creates so much more work for her litter box than Simon's. Plus she pees twice as much, sometimes 4 times as much as Simon. Not even an exaggeration. I weighed it. I sent a message to my vet. They never got back to me. I'm wondering if it was a problem. Oh, for real? The girl, like, seriously, like 4 times as much? Look, I took a picture of the 2 of them next to each other for their 24 hours of waste produced. And it's literally 4 times more. Or a little less than 4 times. Because one of them is, hers is 1055 grams. And his is 364. Okay, so like 3 times as much. And this is what they look like side by side. Hers versus his. That's nuts. How much more she produces? And he's so much like bigger than her. Oh, so this is normal, I guess. Maybe that's why my vet didn't get back to me. Did you show your girl with the cat's toe pictures? I don't know what these white things are, man. Anybody? They look like pebbles. Maybe it's something stuck in the scab? Yeah, we'll figure it out though. He's got an appointment. He's still jumping around pretty decently and wants to play and roll around. Definitely didn't want any of that food though, did he?
Hundreds of ski patrollers continued the second day of their strike at Park City Mountain after 9 months of failed negotiations with the resort's owner, Vail Resorts. ABC4's Annika Johns joins us live at the newsroom with more on this continued movement. Annika?
So the Park City Professional Ski Patrol Association says this strike will continue until a new contract is agreed on that not only pays more, but protects those who are putting their lives on the line for the company.
It's day 2
of the ski patrollers strike in Park City.
We are out here, as you can see behind me, and we will be here until Vail comes to the table and negotiates a fair contract with us.
The Park City Professional Ski Patrol Association started this picket line saying it will continue to strike at Park City Mountain until the union and Vail Resorts, the resort's parent company, agree on a contract.
Currently, Vail has not been negotiating with us in good faith. We have multiple unfair labor practice charges filed with the National Labor Relations Board.
Their former contract ended in April, and for the past 9 months, negotiations have been taking place. Park City ski patrollers say they are demanding higher wages and better working conditions from their parent company.
We want a contract that supports this as a career. Your average skier is going to want the best quality and care when they need help up there. So if we have a contract that keeps around tenured patrollers with a fair wage that meets the demands of the current inflation in the economy.
Officials with the strike say Vail has brought in staff from other resorts to cover, but they say this isn't a job people can just be dropped into.
We all act as first responders as a primary job out on the hill. We also do setup of terrain, so it's appropriately flagged and marked. It has the appropriate rope lines, boundaries, signage, etc. And we also do avalanche mitigation work.
Today, strikers gathered in the falling snow, the inclement weather doing little to sway them from their mission. And they say they'll continue to be out here through all weather conditions until an agreement is made.
This is an indefinite ULP strike. We are available to negotiate with Vail every day of the week at almost any hour. So we will be here. We will negotiate them when they come to us. We've certainly been approaching them, and we're ready to get a good contract.
The Park City Professional Ski Patrol Association says if you're interested in learning more about their cause or donating towards the strike, to check out their social media pages. You can find a direct link to them by visiting our website at abc4.com. Jordan, I'll send things back over to you.
Utah news. Big Pharma wants children on weight loss drugs. Really?
So Big Pharma is marketing weight loss drugs to kids, and all this is a
What
grift that's
the
going to damage your children. Let's talk about it. How's everybody doing? My name is Anthony Brian Logan, and today we got to talk about the onslaught of weight loss drugs that have hit the market over the past few years, like Ozempic, Wegovy, things that people are now addicted on. I think Ozempic was supposed to be for diabetes. It was a legitimate medication for that. But now people who do not have diabetes, who don't really need it for that reason, are using it because of the side effect, quote unquote, of weight loss. And by the way, can I address the elephant in the room? Can I please address it? Type 2 diabetes, obesity, or whatever. At the end of the day, you know the way to alleviate that? You know, probably the best surefire way to alleviate that? Stop eating so much food. How about that? Stop eating so much food. ABL, it's in genetics. It's impossible for you to get to be 500 pounds without eating a lot of food. I've seen 600-pound life and the diets they have. My. I saw they had a server tray that you normally put drinks and whatnot on, a waiter service tray filled with food for one of the 6 feedings of the day. You can't tell me you're eating 1,000 calories and you as big as a house. It's just not realistic. Now, before I go any further and get any more triggered, let's get to the video about these weight loss drugs that a lot of Americans are on, now being marketed to children.
I haven't even eaten a thing today.
If you want to see the
Zero
full
food.
video without my commentary, link as
Just
always
water.
will be in the description box. If you're on IG, Facebook, visit the link in the bio, go to the corresponding
And
article
my
on the website.
stomach
But
is
without further ado, let's
gurgling.
go ahead and roll it.
Weight loss medications surged in popularity this year. A survey from Kaiser Family Foundation found 1 in 8 adults have taken weight loss drugs like Ozempic, Wegovy, or Mounjaro. But demand for these drugs has also skyrocketed among young people, and with childhood and adolescent obesity cases tripling over the past 3 decades, the American Academy of Pediatrics now recommends weight loss drugs for some younger patients.
It's nothing but a grift. It's Big Pharma trying to get a bunch of money. You should not be handing out weight loss drugs to children. The same way you shouldn't be allowing a 12-year-old talking about I'm transgender to take drugs to accomplish that goal. That shouldn't be going on. You wouldn't be an adult and do that to yourself, okay. But children, no.
Janet Shamlian tells us why.
15-year-old Jeremiah Jimenez weighed 350 pounds by the time he was 13. But
now look, let's go back to the young man right here. I think he's what, 15, 16 now. All I see is just bad diet. Look, come to Camp Uncle ABL for 6 months even, and you be looking like you about to go sign up for NFL football, like a big Samoan or something like this. Manti Te'o, you be Junior Seau without the other part. You be looking great at that age within 6 months to a year, no problem.
13. But after less than a year on the weight loss drug Wegovy, he lost 65 and hopes to drop 80 more.
What's that like? It feels good. I just feel stronger because I've incorporated strength training as well. So
It seems weird.
I just feel empowered.
These are once a week injections.
Kind of gay.
Susie.
So look, you can see that's probably his mom right there. So you already see what the problem is. She looked just the same as him.
Yo.
So whatever they're eating in their kitchen
Fucking
is resulting in the
tamales.
way that they're looking. It's just that simple. If they changed their diet, then they wouldn't look like that.
Jimenez says she talked to her son's doctor about whether it would be suitable for him after she dropped 70 pounds on the same type of medication.
He's turned into a different person. Like his light has just been lit.
What are you talking about? It looks like he's on
For
heroin.
what's called GLP-1 weight loss medications is skyrocketing from more than $8,000 a month in 2020 to more than $60,000 a month in 2023. They're FDA approved for adolescents 12 and older.
So what explains that big of a jump? I think there's been a big marketing campaign out there. Okay, a lot of these social media posts, these Instagram influencers, they, in my humble opinion, are pushing it. Because what is the other reason for it? Or maybe because of this scamdemic, people stay home and then they gain a bunch of weight and then they see this new miracle drug. Okay, cool. And then Big Pharma wants to make their money, so they're going to promote it. You see commercials for weight loss drugs on television, which is crazy. And I hope RFK gets in there and stops all that, because this kind of thing shouldn't be going on. We shouldn't be such a drug-dependent society.
More than 20% of adolescents are considered obese.
There is no off-ramp for these drugs that we know of yet. So putting an adolescent on them sort of means a lifetime of being on them.
Maybe, maybe not. I'm hoping over time we learn how the off-ramp works.
Dr. Stephanie Sisley, who doesn't treat Jimenez, is a pediatric endocrinologist who says while the medication's long-term effects are unknown, the health risks associated with obesity are undeniable.
So the long-term effects of the medication are unknown. So do you want to put that in your body? Hey, take this drug to lose weight, when in reality what you could do to accomplish that same goal is not eat as much, because what these weight loss drugs do is basically suppress your appetite. It makes it to where you can't eat as much as you would normally eat. You're drugging yourself up to force yourself to stop eating. You could just stop eating without putting the drug in there. Now you're complicating your health, not only in the current, because it could paralyze your stomach. You on the toilet trying to go number 2 and you can't do nothing. You just sitting there about to start crying tears because you cannot do what you want to do. Rather than being in that circumstance, in that scenario, just eat well. Don't eat the entire portion at Applebee's when you go out. Control your portions. You'll be able to lose your weight. But putting a drug in your body, not knowing what's going to happen in the future, long-term side effects, it's not worth it.
The biggest problem she sees are insurance rejections.
70% of our patients are not able to get the medication.
Jeremiah's
and that's not even the bad thing. Now somebody might get mad at the insurance company over that, but it's not even the bad thing. Why are we giving out weight loss drugs to 14-year-olds?
Yeah,
I would not cover that either. And it really
when all they need to do is fucking eat right and walk more. Seriously, why would the insurance cover that? Like that's what is it? I forget the word for it, but it's a lifestyle reason for their illness. They're causing their own illness to happen. So it's like, wait, where does insurance draw the line? Like if you say you got lung cancer and it's caused from you smoking, does insurance cover that? I don't know. Because you know damn sure it's on the pack of cigarettes that's going to cause cancer. Your doctor's telling you to quit smoking. I don't know how that works.
Be legal.
Prescription was $1,100 a month until his deductible was met. It has since dropped to $25.
Big breath. Chest out.
Jimenez now works out every day and says he feels great.
I finally have something that works for
Just
me.
do cardio,
I don't
though.
have to drastically change my diet.
What?
There it is, right there.
Yeah, they don't want to
it's like the willpower
change.
to back away from the table. I know. I see your mama right there, and I know the food is off the hook. Your empanadas, arroz con pollo, all that good stuff. Whatever y'all eat in that house, I know it's good. Because you eating real good, young man. But you eating a little bit too good. And guess what, though? If you can hear the sound of my voice, youngin', you can still eat some of that good stuff. Arroz and pollo all you want. But just don't eat that all day, every day in these big, giant portions. And don't be having food in your bed, cookie crumbs all up under your pillow. Just have some habits that are more disciplined. Become a more disciplined person, and you will see the results of it, not only internally, but also externally. There's no need for you to be on these drugs.
I just eat in moderation.
I think for me, it's been the best decision that I have made for him because I've seen him struggle.
Alongside behavior changes and with supervision, experts agree it can be a winning combination for young people with a lot to lose. For CBS Saturday Morning,
All right, so the working out part at the end, the working out part is good. But you know what? I see this a lot with the gym rats. I don't even go to the gym. I do push-ups, sit-ups. You know, I do my cardiovascular. You know, I do that kind of stuff. Body weight. I'm like a calisthenic athlete. That's pretty much what I am. But the main thing to keep myself in shape is eating properly. That's the main thing. A lot of the gym rats, the good ones understand, okay, I got to eat my salmon and rice, all that kind of good stuff, plus go to the gym to maintain my body the way I want. But a lot of people who don't really understand how to work out really, or they don't understand their body, they'll just eat anything, eat everything, drink everything, and then go to the gym and they're like, why am I not getting results? You in there sweating up, you sweat like a hog every time you go in there, but you never are going anywhere because you're not getting to the most important part. How you eat is 90% of the way you're going to look, the way you're going to feel. Not only your physical appearance, but your health. That's going to be impacted by what you eat, first and foremost. But as I close, I want to say this. Insurance companies, you ought to be ashamed of yourself putting children on Ozempic. I understand this is a capitalist society. We got to make money. But some things shouldn't be legal, okay? Look, if you're an adult and you want to do certain things to yourself, body modification, you want to identify as transgender, and you want things to be done to yourself to affirm that, then go ahead. You're an adult, you do what you want to do. I'm not trying to get in the way, but I think we have
I want a vagina.
moral imperative in society to protect children away from that kind of
For
stuff.
you to say I can't have one.
Let them just grow and figure out what they want to do, and then
I'm gonna grow
once they
my
become an
own.
adult, make a decision, but not making a decision that could change the entire trajectory of your life based on what they think at 12 years old. I don't think that's the way we should go in society, but I think I'll leave that right there for now. And what say you? What's your thoughts on Ozempic and other kinds of weight loss drugs for kids? Is this a good thing, bad thing? Whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments below. You guys know where I'm at. This is completely the wrong thing to do. That boy.
Hey, should I change my candy cane look to more of a, now that Christmas is over, to more of American flag look here, a barber pole look? Here, y'all let me know what you think of this one. Yeah, where's that? Where's that? Let me see. Copy. You still consider the holidays till after New Year's? Oh, because Hanukkah's happening? Too late. Or I can make it just some random like this. Purple and green. This looks kind of trippy. Oh, y'all gonna miss the... Are you gonna miss it? Should I put it back? I don't know what color to make it now. Well, maybe I'll just use a different style. You know, maybe use this style. This or T. This is something everybody should care about. I could do a different style Christmas. Like this will make you guys happier. This will make you want to touch each other. Touch each other. Yeah. That's too red. Oh, this is kind of funky. This is kind of funky. Has like a 70s like vibe to it. Doesn't it? Oh, there's something about the brown being there. Brown and the blue. What is this?
$2 or something like that.
For this guy? I remember this guy, dude.
My store. Anybody out there keep me company?
Hey, what the heck is going on right now? Sister T, what are you doing?
What's going on? Anybody out there? You guys doing
Thank you so much, Sister T.
Out there? Hopefully you're enjoying your day.
Through $25 donation. That's no small feat. That's major. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Sister T, for your generosity and support.
You like to get some
It's just all going. Helps to keep
free
the
stuff.
It's not cheap.
The real thing. It's a good place.
Thanks for being here with us to award anything, though. You know it's not necessary to give anything here. I don't even know what to say.
Went into the Ann Taylor thing or whatever.
It's always shocking. Put it on here.
Hope you're enjoying your day. Chilling out.
Y'all remember this guy though?
Children's Place. Customized t-shirts. It's one of my favorite places there. Sports store. Sporting merchandise. I might come back through that way. I was just gonna go for a walk here in a semi-covered place. I don't have rights to the music you're hearing above my head, just FYI. So I'll try to talk over it. I'm sure you two will try to find some reason to be so nice to me. Nobody's going to say hi. I see a few people in the chat there. And nobody's saying hi, though.
Let's say hi.
Anyway, ooh, birds. We let the birds out. Kind of a nice day, as you can see here.
It's tea. Thank you so much.
Some blue skies out there. We got a new restaurant here.
Forgot all of them. I need to learn the one that the PUBG emoji does.
Never heard of hamburgers?
I don't know if I can do it all.
Asian Express.
Like one here, like one with the fingers.
Not my thing.
Hands, one with the... Oh, yeah, one of them's like this,
There's a lot of smells in this area. There's like the Levi's.
I don't know, dude.
I was never much of a Levi fan back in my younger days. It was more of a Lee or Wrangler type thing, you know?
No, it's my turn.
Look, Lou, how you doing? Nice to see you. Thanks for popping in. Just let me know that the video's working. I don't know if the audio's working.
I'll say something real fast.
I'm not going to hear my crazy voice, but it does smell like perfume stuff out here. Oh boy, strong perfume. Not my.
If he remembers me.
I put a little tiny dab of cologne on once in a while, but whew, that's some
I'm fucking banned in his chat, dude. The Dosho's banned in his chat.
When I go to like the jeweler store like that.
Fucking asshat.
Probably spend a fortune.
Ask him why the Dosho's banned in his chat, dude.
Cup of tea there either.
Damn it. Lou's in there.
Women wear jewelry, but not on their nose. Why do women wear jewelry on their nose? Or their belly button.
What the fuck, man?
I'm just gonna have cool stuff in there. Pepper Palace. They actually have a store for pepper. They sell nothing but peppers.
Make sure.
Can you imagine an outlet that's
Yeah, I'm definitely banned.
Pepper this, pepper that. A lot of pepper. Francesco's. T-Mobile. I don't need a new phone. This phone's working okay. Build-A-Bear. You ever been to Build-A-Bear?
Fucking a weird stream, anyway.
I got the nice little bear there.
Actually gives a shit if he bans me. It's like, what the hell? Bye. Alright. Dude, what is that? When the hell was that? I'm sorry. Y'all want to see that? Have a date. Oh, that's right. Dude, no, you're making this... Wait, hold up. I might show up late now. No, I'm definitely showing up late now. A damn date? Ain't that serious? Don't want to hear any ideas. I'll leave her husband. Well, there are combat diapers.
What do I wear? What do I wear? I am known for having the most scuffed kit whenever I go to war. $9 airsoft vest, expired armor, kitchen scissors for my IFAC. But I would say the latest combat setup that I had for 2024 was the least scuffed I've ever had it. I knew in 2024, airsoft gear it wouldn't cut it. It wouldn't cut it. It was time to upgrade. So let's break it down what I wore as a drone operator on the Ukrainian front line.
Oh wait, no, he wasn't.
Let's go. starting off, we got my rifle. I would always have it taped up with a light on the left side. That way I can activate it with my thumb. If you guys remember some of my older videos, you would understand why I have that. And I gotta say, it's pretty cool when I'm seeing the combat footage from Azov, from all different GoPros coming from Ukrainian soldiers. They're now all rocking the flashlight taped to the end of the rifle. I don't know if it's because of me. I like to think I'm part of the reason. I know that a lot of the people that I instructed, I would give that advice, but that's pretty much how I ran it. Stock AK-74. The reason I went with AK-74 rather than all the other NATO weapons we had in our armory was because I'm used to it. It's what I always use in all the wars that I've been in. Even though I was training them for professionally, I prefer the AK. Now for the camouflage, it was given to me by this team. This team was amazing to me. They brought me on my first FPV mission. They're doing great work still to this day. We were able to raise a lot of money for them and they're just doing tremendous work. One of the members of that team, we go way back. We knew each other from the start of the war and he gave me his hand-me-down camis, which were awesome. It is the camouflage that everybody in my team runs, and it was very good. I don't know what to say. It was camouflage. And of course, in the colder months that I was out there, we had thermal layers. So I had this polyester, actually the same one I'm wearing right now, a shirt underneath to just keep a little bit more warm. Now for the big upgrade, I had level 4 ceramic plates, and these aren't hand-me-downs. They're not level 3s like I was wearing at the start of the war. These are shellback level 4 ceramics, and with those 2 front and back, I also got 2 side sappies level 4 from shellback. So it was a shellback kit. It was cool. And obviously,
it doesn't
the
look
helmet,
that
you guys
big with
recognize
that
it from the start of the
clothes on.
war.
It's wild.
Same one. It's just a standard army issued one from like 20 years ago. It works. It's bulky. I'm not wearing anything crazy. I'm not wearing a headset. I'm not wearing night vision. My buddies would let me use that whenever I needed it, but I don't know. I did the trick, but I'm not done with the armor yet. I also had a combat diaper. I don't know the exact term, but I had bought in about 15 of them, gave them all to Arnie back in the day, about a year and a half ago, so he could give it out to his team. And they're still floating around in some person's combat rig, but I kept the one for myself for future operations, and I wore it all the time. And it was really cool. I would just clip it in on the back, and it was rolled up, kind of like a dump pouch. And whenever I needed it, like I'm getting ready for an infill or an exfil, or we're taking artillery a lot, and I just want that protection to my groin area and pelvis. I just unlatch it, bring it up from my groin, and yeah, it was good to go. And the reason I went with the combat diaper rather than just one of those flaps, those soft armor flaps, is because this is all around protection. It's artillery, it's mortars.
Okay, so it's not to piss in.
If I'm out there and it hits behind me, I've got no protection. It gives you that comfort in your mind that you aren't going to lose your junk whenever a mortar lands. You know what I mean? It's important for a man. And I know what you're thinking, combat diaper, it's going to get in the way. You're going to chafe. I mean, somewhat, but I didn't chafe whenever I had it on. I was able to maintain all the mobility that I needed. As for the plate carrier, this was given by my team leader. I traded for one of them that was given to me, gifted to me. I don't know the brand of it. You could probably tell just by looking at it. Somebody in the comments can let you know, but it was a lot smaller than the one that I had been using before, especially when I was working as an instructor with Trident Defense Initiative. And of course, I have to have some sort of scuffed part of my kit. The side sappy pouches that I had were not made for sappy plates, so the plates were a lot smaller than the actual pouch. So I just filled up the room with extra socks. I don't know if that's scuffed or not. I mean, I think it's kind of ingenious, if I say so myself. And I wanted a smaller, sleeker plate carrier because we're just a drone operator. We're not going to be having to carry too much stuff. And for that reason, I've got 3 mag pouches in front. I've got a dump pouch on my left side, of course. Got my diaper in the back that's attached to the plate carrier. I've got a couple grenade pouches where I keep my M67s, 2 tourniquets, 1 on the strap, and then 1 that was near the back, just in case I had fallen face forward, they could quickly find that tourniquet. The big upgrade I'd say for the plate carrier since my previous operations and missions in different war zones was the dump pouch. Instead of just cutting off some random bag and putting it on there, I ended up getting a dump pouch. I spent the 20 bucks, I got one, and it paid off very well because once you unroll it, it's a huge pouch. And it came in handy when we were doing a drone recovery and we'd run in the middle field. Instead of trying to carry this Mavic in my hands because my dump pouch doesn't stretch or it's not big enough, I was able to put the entire Mavic with the propellers in there with plenty of extra room. And a small one, but I want to mention, I also put some shoulder padding on the plate carrier. So that way for big movements, drum recovery or whatever, it didn't hurt as much. It wasn't going to chafe my traps. Now the biggest one that I recommend for everybody to have, unless somebody can tell me in the comments why I shouldn't, but it worked out there, was the IFAC. The IFAC, I did not want to have too much bulk on my plate carrier. I like the sleek design where I could get into vehicles, get out quickly. So I want to put that IFAC somewhere on my waistline, but I hate running belts. I'm the only person I know that hates belts, but I think it's because I'm short and like the plate carriers kind of run pretty low, so it's tough to have that belt. But I didn't want an IFAK, a big bulky IFAK, to get in the way of my workspace, like when I'm working and moving. So what I did with the IFAK this time was I was in a military shop. I was looking around for a small pouch that I could maybe put on my plate carrier, and I found this little side satchel, this side bag, which most soldiers would wear in the rear to carry documents or passport or whatever. But I found that it could fit most of the stuff that I need for an IFAK. Some chest seals, some trauma scissors, some gauze. I was able to fit it. It was tight, but I was able to fit everything I needed, including a combat pill pack. The best part about this is not only that it's off of my workspace, but it's easily identifiable and accessible to everybody in my team. It simplified everything. There's so many different IFAKs. I don't know if you guys have shopped for IFAKs before, but there's some that are only Velcro. There's some that are clipped in 3 different places and then Velcroed, and some that are just clipped in, and some that are just literally a part of the plate carrier. This one, you unclip it from my belt and you can have it in front of your hands. So that's what I did. I think it's a really smart idea. I can have it in the back. That's usually where I rocked it. And then I'd have it attached by a carabiner. And then if I'm getting into something, I just take that carabiner off. So that way, even if it's attached, I can still flip it around to me and have complete access. I love it. I think the IFAK was the best upgrade that I did. And of course, you can't be a soldier without boots. So I did have boots. These are the same ones that I had at the start of the war. Don't judge me, it's free. It had a zipper. The zipper broke, just like all of them do, within the first 6 months, but it actually made it kind of nice, because if I'm just doing a quick run outside to grab a drone or take off a drone, I don't need to zip everything up or unlace boots. I can just kind of put my feet in there and try not to roll my ankle. The only upgrade I did with the boots was I replaced the shoelaces that they come with 550 cord for better strength. And if I need that ankle support, yeah, the zipper's broken, but I could just tie around the 550 cord. I made it really long so I could tie it around, and I would wear 2 pairs of socks underneath because it was a little bit bigger than I needed, but that also made it a lot better for my blisters that I was trying to not get. They're since gone. I lost them off a rotation at a party. Now for my night vision capabilities, my team. I could buy some, but like, we don't need night vision for everybody, to be honest. So whenever I need to go and recover a drone or go out there to go and do something at nighttime, my buddies would lend me their night vision with their helmet, because we don't need 4 people outside. It'd only be 2 at a time. My friends are cool. But what I did have in case of emergencies, I would just wear my headlamp around my neck. So just place there, quick red lens, and do what I need to do and then get out of there. Now, our rotations are generally a week long, so you need to have a lot of gear. So what did I bring that I would then place inside our blindage, our bunker? Well, I would have a main pack, which was about this tall on me. I mean, it was huge. And inside that, I have an assault pack, which has a lot of the essentials and kind of survival gear in case I can't bring my main pack if I get overran or whatever it is. So in my main pack, I would keep 4 extra magazines. Why are we bringing 8? Because we're drone operators? Well, you know how the war is. Things change. The Russians will get 500 meters away and you want to be prepared. Or maybe there's a lot of drones in the sky, you want to shoot them down. You know, there's a lot of reasons to bring extra ammunition. And added on to the ammunition, we also brought 2 frag grenades each. I would carry a lot of them on my person, but if we know that they're not very close, I would just keep them in my main pack. So I bring the usual stuff. I bring extra batteries for my headlamp, GoPro gear, cords, chargers, power banks, a lot of food, a week's worth of food. And what did that food consist of? Usually MREs, Ukrainian MREs, as well as monsters, Zins. Yeah, Zins are part of my diet at this point. I would go through a can a day. So I bring like 10 cans, a lot of ramen, and also my team leader, he was very big on the idea that we bring at least a day or 2 worth of water in our packs, just in case there's no water there or whatever it is. Maybe we need to move. Yeah, we would keep about 2 liters of water inside our bag as well. I bring gloves for picking up the drone if there's a bad pilot in the area and I gotta go and pick it up from the sky. Extra thermal layers, some bug spray as well. There's a lot of ticks, a lot of mosquitoes, these big black bugs. I don't even know what they were, but they're flying around. I like to kill them, so brought bug spray, some wet wipes, tissues, because I'm allergic to everything, grass, and of course a Leatherman. I'm a big believer in Leatherman, even though they break me every single time. I'm just bad to them though. And that's about it. That is what I wore as a drone operator in the Ukrainian front line. So I hope you guys learned something, you know. I changed up my kit a little bit for this one, and as you can see, I kept a lot of the same stuff that I would use when I was doing frontline roles, as well as changed up some things for upgrades. And I think that was very valuable. Now, what would I change in the future? I think that maybe I would invest in night vision. Night vision is really important. At least 1 tube, and definitely some better boots. Yeah, I'd probably be good with that. Anyway, hope you learned something. The team I was with is still out there doing amazing work. If you want to go and support them, PayPal will be in the description. I'm also selling shirts. Some of those proceeds go to them. Take a look at that if you want to support us, and thanks so much for listening. I'll talk to you guys in the next one. Peace. Just got the position. Same old, same old.
That's really interesting. He has like super bad allergies apparently, and he's still willing to go out there and do that. I wonder how many of our soldiers are out there, ex-soldiers, veterans. That like they want to actually fight a war that means something rather than what they fought when they were in. They want to use their training for something finally. Like, it's one thing for us giving Ukraine just money, just throwing money at it. It's another, like, our veterans going out there and volunteering for it. That's pretty admirable. I mean, they want to risk their life for that. That's an admirable thing to risk their life for, I guess. Helping them learn how to defend themselves. This guy's still walking around.
Slack clear. Calvin Klein. Who's a Calvin Klein fan? Hey, wait, they get 2 Calvin Kleins. There was another one down the road there. What the heck? Sorry that can't get a view. Sometimes you can see Mount Hood from here. Not on a cloudy day like this.
A lot of people say scuffed. Ice Recycling Community started that somehow.
I know a lot of people hanging out there. I'm not much of a Starbucks fan either. You guys probably like your Starbucks or something like that. One time I got some hot chocolate from there. That's the only thing I usually do. I remember one time I got Starbucks at the one right
This
next
guy's
to
in
Pioneer
Portland,
Square,
I think.
you know, where all the Keepers like to hang out.
Bill, you remember this guy, Bill?
Some Patriots are hanging out that day. This is what Woodburn looks like here, at least this side of the freeway. Let's check the time here. Got to be somewhere. Plenty of time to get there. Maybe a little more walking here, walking and talking. What else are we going to talk about here? That'd be a nice TV to watch right there. Big screen like that. I've got a big screen projector myself, but cool.
We still go to these places.
Anybody on Twitch popping in there? That's weird. So I wonder if Twitch is even working over there. Sometimes when I use other apps or whatever to stream, it sort of blocks it out on Twitch or something like that. So hopefully it's coming through on Twitch. But using it out here like this, I can't really work on Rumble, but feel free to check out my Rumble channel because sometimes YouTube is not quite as free speech as they say they are, you know. But they are so awesome. We love YouTube. Rumble. Only Mr. Bill on Rumble. What else is going on with you guys? You guys make it to church today? Some of you guys probably are on the East Coast or something.
I knows how to put people to sleep, I think. Holy shit, that's a shitty live stream. No mission, just walking aimlessly around the mall. Not even going in any of the stores and showing us anything. Look, there's outside of a store. There's another outside of a store. You ever seen outside of a store before? This is what our stores look like from the outside. What a waste of fucking time. Go in the motherfucking thing, man. Show us some shit in it. What are you doing? Mostly showing the concrete. You're showing us the ground. Hot chocolate once. Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. The breaking news. I'm just pissed off he banned me. I have no idea why I'm banning that fucking shit. Are you kidding me? You banned me? Are you like... Okay. Oh man. This is what that pier looks like in California. Got collapsed. That's one massive pier. I don't think I've ever seen a pier with so many buildings on it. I don't think that chick is going live today like she said. Oh wait, did I not? I didn't sub to her with this channel, that's right. Oh, I still don't think she's live though. Can't find anything now. Gotta be some breakfast, man. Do you wanna be a tranny tonight? Join the Navy. Be the world. Be the world.
Welcome back into Live Now from Fox, where we are saying goodbye to 2024 and looking ahead to 2025. And to do that, we are also checking in with our partners across the country to discuss some of the biggest headlines that they covered throughout this last year. So next up, I do want to head to our folks at Fox Weather as they tackle some of their biggest weather events from 2024.
If I could use one word to describe 2024.
Yeah, that's a big polyglot. Whoa.
I would say relentless.
No doubt, this is the worst conditions we have experienced this hurricane season.
An absolutely devastating hurricane.
Torrential pelting rainfall blowing horizontally.
It's absolutely outrageous. We've never seen anything like it before.
A 5-bedroom, 6-bathroom home that was overwhelmed by storm surge.
Massive. It was a massive hurricane.
Up into the dunes. The dunes are gone, completely erased by the surge.
This outbreak was the worst of 2024.
The tornado tore off the roof of a home in Arkwright. It looked very apocalyptic.
911, they're coming!
Yeah, this tornado chased my ass. We've got a tornado on camera here.
What was that?
This looks like it's CGI.
I cried.
I can't believe
the planet emerged!
We are in for it.
Sorry, we're getting some information in here.
Thought possibly felt an earthquake here in New York City.
We're getting information now for you. So if you felt the shaking, let us know.
My honorable mention actually would probably be the earthquake that we had here in New York City, New Jersey.
We're getting information now for you. So if you felt the shaking, let us know.
I mean, what was that?
I didn't feel it. And that was the big question everybody was asking that day, I remember, was, did you feel it? Did you feel it?
Went downstairs just as the coffee was being poured. Table started shaking, and yeah, it was quite frightening at the time.
When I felt the earthquake here in the New York region, I wasn't at work.
Holy I don't know if this is an earthquake, so I feel like I'm gonna sit down. I don't think it is.
I didn't feel it. But I remember I was out that day reporting. My job that day was to do man-on-the-street interviews and ask people that question, did you feel it?
I was in class, we're sitting there, and the whole building starts shaking. Everyone's like, oh, what's going on, what's going on? Teacher's freaking out, and it was over before we realized what happened.
I was actually doing my civic duty of being at jury duty. So I'm in the courtroom, and the room shakes, and we're all like kind of shaking. We kind of stop and look at each other like, what the heck was that? I was on air for it, and I did not feel it. Bob Van Dillen sitting next to me felt the shake. We were going out to break, and he said, we just had an earthquake. I said, you can't say that on live television. And he goes, you didn't feel it?
That was a 4.8. Yeah, 4.8 in Lebanon, New Jersey. So if you felt it in New Jersey, New York,
Incredible.
we felt it. Yeah.
I was just looking at that. I was like,
for you, Michael.
Sure enough. Minutes later, there it was, breaking all the airwaves that we had an earthquake in New Jersey, felt in New York City.
Jane was in the middle of talking, and my chair started doing a little bit of this.
I saw the light
grids are going like this, and even
and then all our phones started blowing up. Was that an earthquake?
And the little Jurassic Park in my cup too. It was doing one of these things.
It was one of those interesting days in New York City where everybody had this shared experience, and we all kind of were friendly with each other, talking about it out on the street.
Said to her, okay, so why is the building shaking?
Gosh, I feel like I missed out.
It is dark here in Dallas. We've got totality. And we have a little cloud, but that's okay.
Total solar eclipses command your attention.
So total solar eclipses are something that are relatively rare. And for them to occur, especially over a populated, dense population center, is even rarer.
It's a wild experience to go through.
Being completely transparent,
I was a little bit of a skeptic. I didn't know if I was going to say, oh, a total solar eclipse is awesome, it's life-changing. These are like really strong words and verbiage to use to describe an eclipse. And I was like, oh, I don't know, we'll see if it lives up to the hype. So I went into the event thinking, okay, yeah, I'll probably like it, I'll probably cheer, and it'll be great. I was not expecting to be completely taken aback. I was not expecting to be brought to tears.
Where were you on April 8th, 2024? I was at the Cotton Bowl in Dallas, Texas. Me and thousands of, I would assume, Texans, because, I mean, this was a show for Texas and so many other states.
So the total solar eclipse, I was in Indianapolis, Indiana, and the city just went all out. It was a huge citywide event. It was the coolest experience. There were festivals and concerts, and I got to be at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, which was phenomenal, so much fun. It was the largest viewing of the total solar eclipse in the entire country, and it was something unlike anything I've ever experienced before in my life.
I'm getting choked up, lost for words, trying to just take in the last few moments and how incredible this really is right now.
So during a solar eclipse, you're going with an alignment where the Earth, the Sun, and the Moon are in a position where shadow is casted across the Earth. But quite literally, that shadow gets cast upon the Earth's surface, and you feel a complete temperature drop. Even with cloud cover in place, you notice the differences.
The sky goes dim, the birds start to flap around a lot, and you can actually hear the noises of animals you would hear at dusk, which was amazing.
To see the coronal mass ejections, these blasts of plasma that were just bright red, just coming off of the moon or the sun, it was crazy to me, and I'd never seen something like this before. And when I was looking during totality up at the sky, and I just thought, wow, this is the first time I feel like I've ever seen heaven.
Wherever I am, I hope I'm either watching Stephen Morgan or with Stephen Morgan as he's looking at it.
Oh my gosh, there it is! Carrie! Oh my God! Look at that! Oh my gosh, I don't even know you, but this is an amazing experience!
Well, let me address the elephant in the room. I cried. I've never cried on live TV, but my emotions got the best of me, and it was because I was standing next to Carrie Black. She works for the National Science Foundation, and her life's work has been around studying the unknown.
Absolutely no clue was going to happen. For me, it ended up being much more of a personal and almost religious event, which seems crazy to think about, but to see
and to witness it, it was unlike any other. And I will never forget the fact that in the middle of the afternoon, with clouds all around, the sun just emerging right as totality was reached. I'm getting the chills thinking about it. I was like, I can't believe that this is happening, because the worlds were combining at once, and I was able to witness that eclipse with someone who knows the science so much more than me. But then I saw Venus, we saw Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. I promise you, it was unlike anything else.
That'll be the expected peak time for this dangerous weather. The Storm Prediction Center warning of the potential for a significant, the key word here, significant tornado event.
I honestly couldn't believe what played out that day. In 3+ years of Fox weather now, we've had a lot of crazy weather. I think that was the most incredible and extreme thing I've seen forecasting and tracking the weather live on TV.
I will never forget April the 26th.
Yeah, it was a pretty typical springtime tornado outbreak type of setup. It's something we see relatively frequently in the spring, sometimes in the fall.
We were down in the Fox Forecast Center keeping an eye on everything, and unfortunately it became pretty apparent that this was going to be a day filled with long track tornadoes.
We've got a tornado on camera here.
We were just looking at.
Yeah, look at this.
80.
That's a storm we were just looking at. Okay,
Yeah.
so this is in near Lincoln, Nebraska, and look at that. That's actually a tornado on the ground. The thing when it comes to severe weather is you can forecast pretty well an area that we think tornadoes are going to pop up, but you never know exactly where they're going to pop up.
I was watching Fox weather. Specifically, I was watching Ian Oliver and Ari Salsolari.
We're looking at the Doppler radar image, and you could see this big blue dot. It was a tornado debris signature. It was obvious on radar that there was a tornado on the ground. Then we had our exclusive Fox Weather storm trackers that were out in the field, and I remember saying to Ari, this is approaching the road.
I think it's going to cross the interstate pretty soon, if that's where they're on, if they're on I-80.
If we can get word from Cody if he's still on the interstate, he probably is. I think this tornado is going to cross the interstate. And he was like, I think so too. All the while, here comes Corey Gherkin going down the interstate with a visual, and we watched it come right across. And it was, usually in television, we're telling the story. On Fox Weather, we're telling you the story of the weather. We didn't have to do that. It was a rare moment where it was just kind of close your mouth and listen. And Corey's audio came up, and we could just hear the tornado roaring, and we just watched it come across. I think it was probably 10-15 seconds of air on Fox Weather that Ari and I didn't say a word. Our storm trackers know how to position themselves. It wasn't some messy, broken squall line or scenario where some of the tornadoes would be rain wrapped. There was good visibility of these storms, and they were fairly discreet or alone.
Yeah, the imagery out of the April 26th tornado was incredible.
When you think about the plains, and I can say this because I lived there, it's flat. You can see for miles, and that's one thing that really leads to how photogenic these tornadoes are, especially in the Great Plains. A lot of times they occur in the middle of farmland, which is the best case scenario. It's not causing any damage to folks' homes or businesses.
Cody measured the well-defined rotation at 35 miles, and we think it's still on the ground.
Yeah.
So this is, by every sense of the definition, a long-track tornado.
Yeah, and we were at a time of the day where everything was lit perfectly, so we could see the entire tornado. We could see the condensation funnel. We could see the debris cloud that was around the condensation funnel. You could see literally every part of that tornado. It was extremely memorable.
One of the reasons why is because it was a low precipitation tornado, aka it means it wasn't shrouded in rain. So you get those beautiful photogenic tornadoes, and that's exactly what our exclusive storm tracker, Corey Gherkin, was able to capture.
They did an excellent job of putting themselves in position to see the worst of these storms. These guys have been doing it for a long time. They're very smart with the decisions that they make. They were watching it on radar, and they did a really good job of showing us what these storms were doing.
Easily, 2024 was the year of the most epic tornado footage we've ever seen.
Some of the threats that are in place for tonight. We've talked about the tornado threat, top of mind for a lot of areas, but looking at this area that's in the pink, that's a 5 out of 5 in areas from southern Kansas into most of the state of Oklahoma.
The EF4 that went through Oklahoma is one of the strongest tornadoes that we've seen the entire year. And that morning started off like a typical severe weather day. If you would have talked to somebody in Bartlesville, they would have said today's a tornado day.
There is a major risk tonight, a 5 out of 5.
The May tornado outbreak was horrific. Between the dates of May the 6th and May the 10th, 2024, we had over 179 confirmed tornado touchdowns.
Oklahoma is in Tornado Alley. Unfortunate for folks in these areas, they are situated between just two very conflicting air masses. Simply put, you can get some colder, drier air that we see from the north, and then some warmer, moisture-packed air from the south. So you get just a collision of very unfriendly parties, and you can get quite a bit of active weather.
Not too long ago, and it was somewhere embedded in that nasty storm.
We had a massive area of low pressure, upper levels of the atmosphere eject out of the Rocky Mountains, and it slams right into that very humid atmosphere that was parked out there from the Plain States all the way down to the Gulf. A nice stream of south wind coming up from the Gulf of Mexico, pumping up that dew point. Here comes your energy from the Rockies, cold front. The jet stream is right in place.
We had violent tornadoes that were produced by this system that lasted well into the night.
The Storm Prediction Center out of Norman, Oklahoma issued a tornado watch. We call it a particularly dangerous situation, or a PDS tornado watch. It's the highest echelon of watches that can be issued.
But anywhere in that, it could be potentially spawning something here soon. This is only the beginning.
The Storm Prediction Center had this area highlighted for a high risk for not just tornadoes, but strong, long track violent tornadoes.
But certainly that rotation is getting tighter. You're seeing the winds being pulled in. We've got that inflow, then the outflow there. The unfortunate thing is it doesn't tell you what kind of debris. So folks out in Barnsdall, we need to be in our tornado safe place as this is an active tornado on the ground.
An EF4 tornado can produce winds stronger than 165 miles per hour, peaking up to 200.
This is the one where with Brandon Kopic, and I was live on the air with him, and I'm watching his feed, and I see something roll across the road right in front of him. I'm like, holy Brandon! Luckily, he got out of there as quickly as he could. I thought we lost Brandon Kopic. He got way too close. Turns out it was an empty grain bin, like a silo type of deal, but it rolled right across the road right in front of this guy. I thought it took him out.
It's hard to see exactly what
Newscasters are so over-sensationalized.
Has collapsed, that kind of triangle
You
look
can
here.
clearly
Looks
see
like
it
that is
didn't take
the
him
roof
out.
of a building or maybe a home, unfortunately.
And then it continued on its track and it impacted Bartlesville, a population of about 35,000 people. But unfortunately, there were numerous injuries, fatalities. It was a horrific situation, and the fact that it occurred at night, that's something that's somewhat unusual for Oklahoma. Typically, we'll see tornadoes, violent tornadoes during the afternoon hours and into the early evening, but the fact that this occurred well into the evening hours, overnight hours, that was something that really caught a lot of folks off guard because a lot of them had already gone to bed.
We're bringing you to a live video from Brandon Kopic, who's out in Barnsdall, Oklahoma.
Oh, you're a man.
This was a community that has seen significant damage
you're a
from a
woman.
tornado that moved over this town.
Sometimes the only time you could see that funnel was when it was illuminated by lightning.
All right, major kudos there to our team at Fox Weather as they have really worked hard to bring you all of those major weather headlines. They are stationed all across the country, just making sure that you stay up to date no matter what region you're in. And remember that you should be keeping up with Fox Weather coming up in 2025. You can always stream Fox Weather. They are your winter weather headquarters, winter storm headquarters, but they also cover hurricanes, of course, tornadoes, and the heat was also a major topic this last year. No doubt all of those stories will continue to make for some really impactful headlines coming up in 2025. So just search Watch Fox Weather on any browser to get connected. We're stepping away for another commercial break here at Live Now from Fox. We continue to look back at 2024, and we're talking about some major
D-Live
health
went from
headlines
15 viewers to 7 viewers right after I moved YouTube over a little bit. Join the military. Get your dick chopped off. Do you wanna be a tranny tonight? Join the Navy. See the world. See the world. Join the military. Get your dick chopped off. Do you wanna be a tranny tonight? Join the Navy. See the world. See the world. I don't know, man. Dude, I had 20. Oh, never mind. Never mind. Lost 2 viewers off my tranny song. Their problem. Don't they know good music when they hear it? Yo, this camera's rocking out.
Welcome back into Live Now from Fox, where we are focusing on some of your biggest stories from this last year, back in 2024. Now, we've covered so many different topics thus far, and next I want to turn our attention to the biggest health headlines of this past year. So to do that, joining me now is infectious disease expert, Dr. Peter Ching-Hong. Peter, always good to see you.
Oh shit, it's got really cold in here all of a sudden.
All right, so I got three big headlines
I can see my breath.
with you. So the first one we're going to tackle is bird flu. So Peter, tell us, when did this first become a story even?
Yeah, so we've known about bird flu H5N1 since, 30 years ago. But in 2022, started affecting poultry. That's why the price of eggs is so high. But in the last year, it started affecting dairy cows and spilling over into more humans. And that's why this last year has been so impactful in terms of our everyday lives.
And so talk to us about how really kind of all of this has progressed, maybe more personally from people. Like, I know that it's affecting products, as you just mentioned, but have we seen, how many cases of bird flu maybe diagnosed in people? And I also understand that some cases have been found in pets.
Yeah, so, I think it's spilling over.
I want to hear about bird flu. Fuck you. We were doing alright. We had some good stuff going there. And then they had to start talking about the fucking bird flu. That's about as entertaining as listening to them talk about COVID back in the day when it was first starting to spread. Ben Carlson says voters saw through all the gaslighting about Trump. He's a Trumper. He's a Trumper, tried and true. I tell you that. Can't even believe me. I love that man. I love that man. What he said. Yeah, he's right. Rural areas need more access to addiction care, says Governor Chris Sununu. S-U-N-U-N-U. That's his last name. S-U-N-U-N-U. Sununu. Suddenly. I'm surprised there wasn't a Pred video this weekend. Good night. Man. Great, a baby froze to death in Gaza. It's making the world news now. Because Israel kicked everybody out of a hospital and a baby froze. A fucking baby froze. Stop everything. Ban Israel from existing. A baby died. It froze, damn it. A fucking baby froze. You know what though? That baby is probably going to grow up to be a terrorist. Especially if it wouldn't have frozen all the way and just lost like a foot or something. Its entire life would be thinking about it. Or if it was an orphan in the hospital. Oh, definitely a terrorist when it gets older. Maybe they got rid of a future terrorist. It's possible. It's possible. These terrorists don't just appear out of thin air. They're created by upbringing. These kids are building the tunnels. The kids are building the tunnels in Gaza, making more than their parents make. There are documentaries on it if you haven't seen them. I'm not saying it's good to go out and kill babies, but it's like it's making international news as if that should be an end all to the war. Oh my God, the baby died. Like, people die, including babies in war. Many babies have died. Many babies are going to be malnourished as shit and have vitamin deficiencies also, probably. But their people could have just been cool and not did October 7th also. And they could give up back the rest of the hostages. Maybe don't elect crazy people into your government. Oh, we gotta go fix them now. New discoveries with the remains found in Palos Verdes. Oh, interesting. These people are praying in a Christian church in Gaza. In Gaza. It's in the the Church of the Holy Family in Gaza City.
الوضع السنة هذيك كان قاسي كتير علينا، والسنة هذه قاسي بأجواء الحرب وبالشهداء وبالحياة اللي احنا عايشينها، مش قادرين يعني ايش نعبر عنها، اشي مأساة كتير صعبة، لكن لازم نعيد بمجيء ومولد سيدنا المسيح. نتمنى السنة الجاي إن شاء الله يا رب مثل هاليوم نكون نعيد في بيوتنا، نعيد بمدينة بيت لحم. كنا إحنا نسافر كل سنة ونروح نعيد هناك، أجواء كتير حلوة. إن شاء الله نعيد في القدس وفي مدينة بيت لحم وتنتهي الحرب. هذا أهم إشي عنا وأهم مطلب إلنا هالأيام، لأنه الوضع كتير صعب. شعورنا إنه إحنا حاسين مش مبسوطين، مش فرحانين.
Donald Trump's rhetoric has become, shall we say, more imperialistic. He's been talking about America like it's an empire planning to expand. Over the past week or so, Trump has proclaimed that the U.S. should reclaim ownership of the Panama Canal, acquire Greenland, and annex Canada as the 51st state. Now, Greenland's prime minister responded to Trump's idea by saying, quote, "Greenland is ours. We are not for sale and will never be for sale. We must not lose our long struggle for freedom." Panamanian President Jose Raul Mulino also hit back at Trump, saying Panama will not hand back a single square meter of the Panama Canal. As for Canada, well, officials there say Trump is just teasing about the 51st state suggestion, but they aren't taking seriously his threat of a 25% U.S. tariff on Canadian goods. Joining us now is Barbara F. Walter, Rohr Professor of International Relations at the University of California in San Diego, author of How Civil Wars Start. Barbara, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. I don't even know where to begin on this one. What message is Trump sending to our allies with these proclamations about U.S. expansionism?
This is completely America first message to everybody, both our allies and our enemies. It's the message that Trump's going to run this country as if we were the single and only powerful country in the world, as if it was back in the 1950s where the United States really was more powerful than everybody else and we could do what we want. But this is a fantasy. There's going to be pushback from everyone. I'm sitting here in my house. My husband's Canadian. They're all downstairs, and they just laugh at this. It's just inconceivable that the United States in 2024, 2025 could go around just taking territory. We actually know from the data and really, really good research that the single issue over which governments fight harder and longer and bloodier than any other issue is if somebody tries to take and occupy their territory. And that's exactly what the United States would face. It is an absolute losing strategy. Look what's happening to Putin in Ukraine. Right. And why would we do that to try to get Greenland or try to get Canada,
let's talk about Greenland specifically. Let's talk about Greenland specifically. There is I'm curious. There in national security circles, there is the case that it would provide the U.S. Better insight into Russian provocations and better insight into what's going on in the Northern Atlantic. Is that essentially what this is about? Some sort of national security imperative to get Greenland, or is this just Trump's fantasy of controlling Greenland?
Well, in an ideal world, there are economic and strategic benefits to controlling Greenland. That's absolutely true. The Arctic ice is melting, and we're going to have, and the world or Greenland will have more access to important minerals that are really important for clean energy. So there are economic and strategic reasons to want to be Greenland. The problem is that Greenland doesn't want to be part of any other country. In fact, it's part of Denmark. It's an autonomous region of Denmark, but they would very much like to be their own independent country. And if you talk to them about whether they would want to become part of the United States, absolutely not. So countries do not go down. They do not give up territory without a fight, and this would absolutely blow the mind of everybody, and it would turn the entire world against the United States. Just
quickly, last one, because in Greenland, Trump's talking about buying Greenland. Canada, despite what your relatives suggest, it seems like a joke. We're not going to annex them. But the Panama Canal, there does seem to be an actual sentiment there that we're being ripped off at the Panama Canal. And that's the one where if you squint hard enough, you can actually see confrontation. Is that, and should that be the most worrisome of all the proclamations Trump has made?
Yeah, this gets back to your first question, which is what is Trump trying to do here? And I think part of it is feeding his ego. He can act like the little prince of his empire. He could try to create an empire. But there are negotiating benefits potentially to what he is doing. That if Panama is not a rich, powerful country. And China has been moving into that region. And the United States under Trump could take a very hard stance and renegotiate some of those terms. So there are potentially negotiating benefits to this in the short term.
Boy. Yeah. You like my sheep more than I do. Hey. Come on. Come here. Come here. Yeah, I gotta get the toy. Oh, what's this? Where's it going? Hey. Ow. Oh, she had it in her mouth. That was cute. You got it. Got it. Crazy. Uh-huh. No, that's a bowl of vegetables. This is one of the main ways that I counteract drinking heavily, the way I do. I think the way I drink, I feel is heavy. Ted's drinking is excessive. I think it's the next level up. Have an intervention, Ted. But the vegetables, like the eggs, the oatmeal, the pepper, it all helps, I think, along with the vitamins. It has to.
'24 was a wild political campaign year, especially from the mainstream media. But what are the worst lies the media pushed for Democrats? Here to break it down with me is Fox News contributor Joe Concha. Joe's written a column on this. And Joe, quite honestly, we could fill this entire wall full of media lies from 2024, and even that probably wouldn't do it justice.
We could go to 10 a.m. Eastern time.
We could do the next several hours on this. But let's hit some of the lowlights, if we will. Let's start with this, Joe. This is defending, I believe, Kamala Harris's various flip-flops throughout the year. Here is some of what we were treated to from Kamala Harris.
I think sometimes we're not honest with ourselves about, a couple things. First of all, we change our minds all the time based on information, based on where we're sitting.
I don't think that's a bad argument. I think people have a sense of understanding of those values. But to your point, it sounds like politics, and people have a willingness to accept a level of politics from these folks.
There is a baseline. Immigration matters to her. People are saying she's so to the left. She's so progressive. She's very centrist. She's going to have a Republican in her cabinet.
Joe?
Yes. When a Republican flip-flops, it's called a lie. When a Democrat does it, it's called evolving. It's called learning and growing up. Look, these weren't lies. They were invalid truths, right? Actually, those are the same thing. When Kamala Harris said that she opposed fracking, all offshore drilling, compared ICE to the KKK, thought that, those are in prison who are here illegally should get sex changes. These are all on tape.
Right.
So when they say these things, well, you can't say, well, no, she's changed this time. She was never a centrist, and no one bought it because Donald Trump won the popular vote and won every swing state.
Well, this is one of my favorites in that it was so nakedly obvious how much they were running cover for Democrats and specifically Joe Biden. Joe, these are all the headlines that said Republicans were guilty of cheap fakes, suggesting, as the Washington Post does here, cheap fake Biden videos enrapture the right-wing media, but they deeply mislead, Joe.
5 words sum up this entire year from a media perspective. Don't believe your lying eyes. So when Joe Biden is walking off stage and he's shaking hands with the air, or he doesn't know how to get off stage, or he forgets the name of cabinet members, or he's literally saying that he had a conversation with those who deceased way back when, whether it's the French president, German chancellor, and so on, we were told those actually are not real. When, again, it's on video.
Right.
Fortunately, we have X, and X served as the ultimate fact checker whenever we were told by the media that videos that we saw actually were real.
And, as you mentioned, our lying eyes. We saw the truth.
Precisely.
Despite the fact they continue to try to tell us that Joe Biden was fit for office. That was another one of the big lies this year. Here's how they told us that what we see is not what is real.
Gaffes and mixing up names. I think for people who've been observing Joe Biden for a really long time, that's actually just normal Biden.
He did show a little swagger, and I think that the swagger does kind of combat the age. He's showing, I've got a lot of energy.
An extremely accomplished, experienced, and capable in every way that anyone would want if they're president.
This might be, Joe, one of the biggest deceptions of the last decade, perhaps more.
Oh, I'll say in modern presidential history, right, as far as this cover-up, which wasn't much of a cover-up because we've been talking about it on this network for years. The most unintentionally hilarious part about all of it, however, is when we were told that actually behind the scenes, Joe Biden is this physical and mental masterclass, right? In other words, he's Lamar Jackson meets Stephen Hawking. he's doing quadratic equations. He's telling you how the flux capacitor works and why 1.21 gigawatts is actually important. All these things, when we all, again, heard and saw what we did from this president, especially during that debate in Atlanta, when his brain basically turned applesauce.
Remember when he told Donald Trump that he could outdrive him?
Yes.
I'm waiting for that competition, the Biden versus Trump driving contest.
You know what the best part about that was? Trump is called a fascist and everything and didn't get too upset about that. Yeah. But then if you talk about golf and you're going to outdrive him, then he got really angry. He's like, wait a minute. That won't stand.
All right. Thank you, Joe.
All right, man. Good to see you.
I'm Steve Doocy.
Hey, Joe, you got to get out of here. Your jokes aren't funny.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest.
This is what Gaza looks like right now. Live from Gaza, outside a hospital. Look, they're not even bringing anybody in. You got hospitals. In English.
حتى هذه اللحظة لا نعلم ما مصير الطواقم الطبية وعلى رأسهم الدكتور حسام أبو صفية وأيضا قام جيش الاحتلال يوم أمس بإخلاء أول أمس عفوا بإخلاء بعض المرضى والمستشفى الأندونيسي ولكن هذا المستشفى الأندونيسي
Well, these people are always
North Carolina Supreme Court race is getting a fast track to a federal court. Republican Jefferson Griffin is asking the state's court to throw out, wait for it, 60,000 ballots from the contest between he and Democratic Justice Allison Riggs, who is ahead by just 734 votes. Now, folks, this has been a long-running saga. The Democratic majority State Elections Board has already dismissed the bulk of Griffin's ballot protests due to a lack of sufficient evidence. There is no evidence of fraud or wrongdoing in this election. So we have Associate Justice of the North Carolina Supreme Court, Allison Riggs, to join us and talk about it. Welcome.
Justice Riggs, good morning to you. I promise that we will get to the specifics of their trying to throw these votes out, the model for election denialism that we could see coming out of your state. But first, help us understand the decisions that are likely to be before the North Carolina Supreme Court this year that make the stakes just so high.
Yeah, our court hears every imaginable kind of case. Importantly, after the U.S. Supreme Court's decision to punt gerrymandering to the states, after the U.S. Supreme Court's decision to punt reproductive freedom decisions to the states, state Supreme Courts have become even more important. And it's in part why these races are so hotly contested. But it was a bright spot for progressives across the country this year, our work to explain why it matters to have people who are interested in defending people's rights and freedoms rather than chipping away at them on our state Supreme Court benches.
ProPublica wrote this about the efforts by Griffin to challenge these results, noting that Republican Jefferson Griffin narrowly lost his race for a seat on the state Supreme Court. Now he's asking that 60,000 ballots be thrown out based on a theory that an election denier said amounted to voter suppression. This theory was too extreme for even self-described election deniers. What exactly is happening here? As Michael and I were talking in the break, I mean, it seems as though folks can't win outright, so then they claim fraud and try to steal an election via the courts. That's what it looks like from where we're sitting, but you're on the ground.
Well, Simone, thank you. That's why I'm here today. I
Maybe
won
there's
my
something
race.
to
It was
it.
a tight race, but I won it. It's been confirmed by 2 separate recounts. I won by 734 votes, and now we're engaged in this
Whoa,
protracted
that's
litigation
crazy.
about for my opponent, the only way he can try to engineer an outcome is by throwing away ballots. And I feel compelled because I put my hand on a Bible and swore a solemn oath to uphold the rights of North Carolinians to defend the state and federal constitutions.
Ballots,
I feel
man.
honor
Wow.
bound to make sure that your viewers know that these 60,000 people are real. They did nothing wrong. They are our neighbors, our friends. In my case, they are my parents. They gave everything that was asked of them to election officials when they registered. Many of them have been voting for decades. They include Republican and Democratic local elected officials, just an incredible number of people who still day to day are learning that my opponent wants to throw out their ballot. And most troublingly is that there's another 6,000 votes of uniformed and overseas voters whose vote he wants to throw out because they complied with the rules as told to them before the election. And it should be troubling to everyone, the idea
with the rules right?
of changing the rules after the game is over. I mean, if anyone read Calvin and Hobbes, it sort of reeks of Calvin ball rules. But our democracy depends on the rule of law, respect for institutions like the courts, and respect for decisions that voters make, even if you don't like them. And so the idea, it's important to me that people understand that what's happening here in North Carolina, we cannot become inured to it. We cannot just say, oh, this is the new norm, because our democracy cannot function in a healthy way if we let our guard down.
Justice Riggs, what's I guess the reality of this getting to the federal courts and the expectation once it gets there? My sense would be that because this is a statewide elections race, it's a local, in that terms, local race. Where does the federal court come down here in terms of these 60,000 ballots that were, as you noted, not only went through the electoral process once, but twice, each time confirming your election by 734 votes?
Well, I will be in federal court for the next 2 weeks as a party, not a judge, which is an unfortunate circumstance to be in, but I will be a party defending my win and the right of those 60,000, actually closer to 70,000 voters to have their votes counted. There are questions of federal law, the Help America Vote Act, the UACAVA, the Uniformed and Overseas Citizens Voting Act, that the federal court will be grappling with. And as of right now, if my opponent doesn't receive an injunction or a stay, my certificate of election is set to issue on January 10th. And my hope is that more impacted voters in North Carolina will speak up and speak out against this. But the federal court, some of these legal arguments have already been rejected by federal courts and state courts already. So these zombie legal arguments risen from the dead, certainly my position in court is that this is it's a legally erroneous position, and until I have the certificate of election, I'm a candidate who is compelled to keep my voters updated, keep all voters updated, and make sure that every vote counts.
He's for state Supreme Court. Democrat. Interesting. Or if they cheated. Winning this important Supreme Court seat in North Carolina is the only positive thing that the Democratic Party was able to achieve in the last election cycle. The DNC is weak. As a black Democrat and retired Air Force captain, I voted red up and down the election ballot. What happened to the 15 million voters that voted for Biden in 2020?
Nothing says happy holidays like a conservative civil war on the internet.
They really
the
want
so-called Doge faction of Trump's coalition, led by Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, is now openly feuding with Trump's anti-immigrant MAGA wing. The infighting broke out after Trump named an Indian-American venture capitalist, Sriram Krishnan, to be his advisor on artificial intelligence. That immediately triggered racially charged backlash from far-right activists like Laura Loomer, who said Krishnan's appointment and his vocal support for green cards for highly skilled workers was deeply disturbing and in direct opposition to Trump's agenda. Musk and Ramaswamy strongly disagreed and fired back with separate online posts that backed both Krishnan and foreign-born workers. Back with me now, our Bulwark podcast co-host Tim Miller and Washington Post national columnist Philip Bump. Also joining the discussion is Washington Post national investigative reporter Carol Leonnig. We have almost, two Washington Post reporters, one Bulwark reporter, all awesome people. Thank you guys for joining me on this holiday Friday night. Carol,
are you sure this is MSNBC?
Let me start with you. This puts Donald Trump in a remarkably awkward position, not just because two of his friends are fighting openly and on the internet and with, a deep divide between them, but also because Trump might actually have to weigh in on policy specifics. Do you have any sense of where he might land? Do you have any intuition about how he's going to side in this fight?
What I think the best answer to that question, Alex, is past his prologue. And when we watched Donald Trump as president in the first term, the most important question he constantly asked his advisors, whether it be his chief of staff or Miller or Steve Bannon, what he asked over and over again in those early months of his presidency, and then later was, what about my base? How will this go with my base? So important to him. I feel like one thing that's really critical to Donald Trump is making sure that base is happy. And right now, this little civil war is like a Christmas present, essentially a late Christmas present, to people who have been sort of waiting to see the first fractures in the Donald Trump firmament for the second term. Those who questioned how long Elon Musk would stand for some of the policies that really got Trump his incredible popularity ratings in this first term.
He has to stand for him.
It's clear he's going to have to cool this down in some way, and whether or not he steps in and makes a policy pronouncement, I'm not so sure. But I think he's going to find a way to get some cold water on this as quickly as possible, because he doesn't want his base talking about how Donald Trump is sort of listening to the circus master Elon Musk tell him how to bring in more foreign workers because Americans have a culture of mediocrity, as was implied in some of the postings by Vivek Ramaswamy,
that's partially because
also by Elon Musk in the last couple of days.
That's partially because engineering jobs don't pay enough because companies are getting engineers cheap from foreign countries. If they didn't do that, we might actually pay our engineers enough money to make it worth all the school. So there's an argument for both sides of it. Yeah, we do get the cheap engineers, but I guess it's the same as cheap labor anywhere else. So it's definitely putting Americans out of work. So this is very, we'll see how it turns out,
Yeah, I want to get to those posts in a minute, Tim, but the notion, I think Carol's so spot on in highlighting the fact that Trump is concerned with his base. And newsflash, a billionaire immigrant Silicon Valley tech bro, not Trump's base. At a point, if it's the Elon Musk sort of shadow president thing, or the Elon Musk is not one of us thing, something is going to be the straw that breaks the camel's back here. It's hard for me to imagine that at some point, and maybe some point soon, Trump is going to have to betray his friendship with Musk.
Yeah, look, there's some natural tensions here, and it is appropriate that I'm coming at you from my parents' basement because in order to understand all of the characters, because you have to be deep into the MAGA online world to understand the fractures and the fighting here. But the short of it is this: Trump added in this.
Why the hell would you admit that you're in your mom's basement on national TV? A weird look, man. A weird look, especially when you're talking about billionaires. So your opinion is shit right now to me. You're in a basement talking about billionaires. Yeah, that's what. Nobody gives a shit, man.
Tech bro world, like just use it as shorthand. You have Musk, you have Rogan, but you have even kind of smarter, more VC type tech folks like Mark Andreessen. You know, they sort of played pretend on the culture war.
Everybody has a huge following.
They're happy to go along with the culture war when it came to COVID. They were happy to go along with the culture war when it comes to trans people. All these other random things, that sprout up on the MAGA right.
Random.
But this immigration issue is core to that tech part of the audience. Meanwhile, the Steve Bannon wing, if you will, of MAGA, the ultra MAGA wing, nativism and being anti-immigrant is core to them. So, this is a fight that you can't really
anti-immigrant.
Find a common ground solution.
It's not anti-immigrant though; it's anti-illegal immigrant.
I agree with Tim. I mean, this is not just some holiday kerfuffle. This is a significant. This is a real one. This is a big one. And I'm old enough to remember, Philip, the Republican National Convention when Trump supporters all had mass deportation now signs. This is the thing that gets them fired up. How do you see, from the sort of political perspective, the cleave between the sort of wealthy tech bro coastal Republican elite, they do exist, and the MAGA base? How do you see that being translated into the halls of Congress, where they're going to have to find funding for a lot of this?
All right. Yeah. Well, this to some extent gets to the question of how much power is Donald Trump going to have now that he's a lame duck, right? Now that his power is only going to be exerted fundamentally in Republican primaries. Like, how much clout does that bring to bear? How much do Republicans actually worry about that? My guess is, over the short term in particular, they worry about it quite a bit. But yeah, I mean, the divide that we're seeing here is really fascinating and entirely predictable, as everyone has pointed out, right? The MAGA movement has a fundamental strain of this identity politics of white grievance, which when you talk about things like, they were willing to talk about, DEI is this terrible thing, and some of that was sincere and a lot of it was disingenuous, to Tim's point. But this is really a question of, there are a lot of Trump supporters who fundamentally do not believe that any immigrant should come into the country and have jobs that could potentially be done by Americans.
No, I don't believe that's true.
He has a lot of people that he's hired at his businesses. He has a lot of people.
That's a very small percentage that think that.
Immigrants on work visas.
No immigrants should come here.
He doesn't fundamentally understand that there are also a lot of immigrants who do
America
work
was
in the
built on
agricultural
that.
field and so on and so forth. This is another example of where Musk is falling into the Dunning-Kruger trap of not really knowing what he's talking about. And so even for him, there's an inconsistency. He doesn't get that there's a similarity here. And so because of that, because you have both this tension on immigration and identity broadly within the MAGA movement, and because you have Musk who doesn't fully understand what he's talking about, the ramifications of what he's pushing forward on, then you get this tension. And it's not clear that Donald Trump is going to be able to pull everyone together, because at some point in time, Republicans are going to understand he's not the key to their future.
Yeah, Carol, you mentioned Vivek Ramaswamy's tweets, which get at the fundamental sort of difference here between the MAGA base and the Doge coalition. I don't even know how big the Doge coalition is beyond Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, but anyway, at any event, Vivek Ramaswamy, in a very long post on X, said, among other things, our American culture has venerated mediocrity over excellence, and he blamed 90s TV shows like Friends and Family Matters. Trump saying Trump's election hopefully marks the beginning of a new golden era in America that once again prioritizes achievement over normalcy, excellence over mediocrity, nerdiness over conformity, hard work over laziness. I mean, I'm just not sure that like a tech bro, a wealthy tech bro, telling Americans they're mediocre and lazy is a perfectly fine-tuned message for the Trump base. What is your opinion of this, Carol?
Dude, I'm sorry, but anyone that doesn't see Vivek Ramaswamy as a very accomplished person for what he's done, what he has learned and put himself through. I don't know everything about him, but you can tell that the dude's smart as attack, sharp as attack, and he has excellent charisma. He could be a fucking salesman, and he's super smart. Like, I don't know, man. Like, for them to think that he doesn't have the ability to have an opinion on something like this when he's accomplished. Like, he's an accomplished person, dude. Who the fuck are these people to say that anything? Taylor, yeah, right. When he ran, like, and he was just running, he had a lot of support, more than a lot of the other candidates did. So, yeah, these people are delusional,
Rather than
man.
opinion, I think I would just stick with some reporting and say, Elon Musk kind of waved into this drama to try to, I don't know, explain Vivek's point, at least from the tech bro perspective, and try to calm the waters a little. But he ultimately doubled down and started to roil the waters even more. And to your point, Alex, this is not ideal for the numbers, the true quantity.
The way you talk about fucking the richest person in the world as a tech bro, also. Some bitches are jealous, dude. They're jealous because they're never going to have a man like Elon Musk or Vivek Ramaswamy or Trump. Like their beta bitch boy man to come, honey, you want me to pick you up some wine? Yeah, I get your favorite. Yeah, you got the strap on ready to put it in my Astra, right, honey? Okay, I'll get it for you then. Okay.
If you will, of voters who got Trump elected. You're so right to point out how big is the Doge coalition. The Doge coalition is as big as its pocketbook. That is its value, right? That's what's important, is the billions of dollars that are behind all the folks who helped Trump get elected. But in terms of numbers and votes and showing up for midterm elections,
if there were billions of dollars, she did have $1 billion. She wasted all of it. So, but if they had billionaires that were supporting them, they'd be bragging about it, dude. Like, they'd be bringing them out on stage. They'd be paying the billionaire to come out on stage and talk about it. It's stupid, man. You know what I'm saying? Because they were trying to convince America that all these rich people were behind them, as if that mattered. When people for Trump were doing it for free. Rick Snyder said he was doing it for free.
it's people who are like, what are you saying? What did Elon Musk's actual quote, I believe, was something along the lines of, in America, we don't have enough extremely talented and extremely motivated people who can work in my tech industry.
Oh my God.
Field and so on.
You know how big they're
to, if you will, of voters who got Trump elected. You're so right to point out how big is the Doge coalition. The Doge coalition is as big as it's on the lines of, in America, we don't have enough, and said we have to do something about Americans. We have to stop, these people coming across the border, feeding off our economy, taking away from our children's school time. We need somebody to look out for Americans. To say you're not motivated or excellent enough in your field, Donald Trump's going to have to come in some way and swoop in on this one.
Remember when Tucker Carlson was talking very animatedly about daddy coming home to spank someone? Now we know who maybe those people are. Tim Miller, Philip Bump, Carol Lenning, superstars. Man. Friends of the show, thank you for your time tonight. Really appreciate you.
Y'all know his name. He's not telling me. Rob Schneider. Thanks, Dad. 10,000 dough for Ted. Oh, guy first. I'm sorry, sister. That was a close second, though. Thank you for trying. Good luck next time. Bum, 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 bum. Yo, that chick never went live. See? No, okay, meow. Gotta get this fucking cat some food now. That chick never went live though. Meow. I'm hungry. I'm hungry. Hey, get away from me. She's about to bite me. Right. It's worth 15K. What's worth 15K? I'm getting it right? I'm not going back into the bot and changing it. Crazy. Have to bump it up. Officers fired in New York City. Happening right now. They're live. Dude, come on. Get it. You're hungry. I gotta find something. It's longer than fucking 2.5 minutes. Oh. Oh. No. No. What are you fucking crazy? All of a sudden she has to use this very second. Life depends on it. Dude. Hey, get out of here! I'm gonna knock stuff off the desk. Should I put a limit on how often people can check their dough? Because I can. Can I? Oh, I have it at the max of the... I can only put it up to 60-second cooldown. Wow. That sucks. Dang. I have it at the max already.
And this month, Senate Democrats called out the high court for a, quote, ethical crisis of its own making. A report from Democrats on the Judiciary Committee dives into the court's failure to enforce its own code of ethics. The investigation outlined Clarence Thomas's undisclosed luxury vacations paid for by a billionaire buddy. Democrats also blast Thomas for not recusing himself from January 6 cases, despite his wife's support of Donald Trump's efforts to overturn the 2020 election. Y'all remember that. Joining us now, Justice Correspondent for The Nation, Elie Mystal, and MSNBC legal analyst and former U.S. Attorney, Joyce Vance. She's a professor at the University of Alabama School of Law and co-host of the hashtag Sisters podcast, Sisters in Law podcast. Welcome to you both.
So the court has a lot on his plate coming up. I mean, on January 10th, the court is going to hear arguments in the case about pausing this TikTok ban. I'm just wondering, to the both of you, Donald Trump is flip-flopping on the TikTok. Obviously, somebody got to him here. At one point, he was for the ban, then he was against the ban, then he was for the ban again. Now he's against the TikTok ban. I personally am a TikTok user, honey, but the control by the stake by the Chinese government allegedly is very concerning. What do you all think about this? Because his, I just want to read, and this is from NBC News reporting. It notes that Donald Trump, this is what his lawyer is saying. President Trump takes no position on the underlying merits of the dispute. Instead, he respectfully requests that the court consider staying the act's deadline for divestment while it considers the merits of the case. What does that mean? Please. Joyce, Elie, please. What's going on?
I mean, here's what it means. It means that Trump's nominee to be Solicitor General of the United States, John Sauer, the lawyer who wrote this brief, which is an amicus brief. Trump is not a party to the case, but they've filed on his behalf. They're asking the Supreme Court to do something that the court cannot do. In essence, the brief says, hey, Donald Trump is a great deal maker and he's about to be president. So let's ignore all this legal stuff about a law Congress has passed that's about to go into effect that will make it problematic for the people that host TikTok in the United States to continue to do that. Because that's what this legal fight is about. The enforcement mechanism, of course, is that the U.S. platforms can't continue to host TikTok in this country. It's not about Donald Trump making a business deal. But his lawyer, the future Solicitor General, if he's confirmed, is making this nonsensical argument. It certainly diminishes their credibility in front of the Supreme Court. But, you know, the problem, Simone, is this. That's all happening at this meta-technical inside the law issue. And what Americans are seeing is Donald Trump saying, hey, come to me and I will resolve your business and legal problems for you. And boy, is that getting this administration off on exactly the footing we all knew it would start on.
Right, Elie, that sort of call and response between the incoming president and the current Supreme Court is a part of what we have already watched and will continue to watch for. And it happens as the court, trust in the court is at an all-time low. You have this ethics report that came out. I'm sure you were just absolutely shocked by everything that was in it. But you had the Senate review it, and this is what they said, quote, any movement on the issue appears unlikely as Republicans prepare to take control of the Senate in January, underscoring the hurdles in imposing restrictions on a separate branch of government, even as public confidence in the court has fallen to record lows, right? So you have what Joyce is saying about the fact that folks can come directly to Donald Trump, make their argument to him about things that are before the court. But then you also have the reality that you no longer have the checks on that court that you would want to have, particularly in this scenario. Where does that leave us, Ellie?
Yeah, there were never any checks on this court. I hope the Democrats feel better now that they've probed it. Maybe Dick Durbin, he wrote a strongly worded letter to John Roberts. Maybe next time Dick Durbin from the minority can beseech John Roberts. I don't think we've tried beseeching them yet. Look, if Donald Trump really wants to save TikTok, all he's got to do is buy Clarence Thomas a new yacht. That is fundamentally the problem here. And I'm not going to hear it from Democrats who are like, oh, now that Republicans are taking over. No. You had 4 years where you controlled the Judiciary Committee. You had 2 years where you controlled both the House and the Senate and the White House, and you did nothing. You did nothing to rein this court in ethically, morally, or legally. And now they're on fleek. Now they are off the chain. They can do whatever they want. Chuck Schumer has said, "Oh, the Supreme Court will be the bulwark against Donald Trump and his craziness." Are you kidding me? Have you listened to this Supreme Court? Have you seen how they just gave that man immunity, absolute immunity to commit crimes? You got to remember, the court during Trump's first term had a person called Ruth Bader Ginsburg on it, which brought the court to a 5-4 balance and gave Roberts a whole lot more power, right? Now she's passed away. Amy Coney Barrett has replaced her. It's a 6-3 court. Amy Coney Barrett has shown no interest in restraining Trump at all. Neither have the ones who are on the take. This is the reality that we face because Democrats did not do anything to restrain the court when they had the chance. And now, as the man who invented the internet said, we are about to enter a time of consequences.
Well, come on, Al Gore. Can I just say one thing, Michael?
What's that?
I just want to know, this is me with my offering plate for the sermon that Ellie just...
With his matching mug. His mug matches his hair, matches his shirt, matches his jacket. It's a weird looking mug. You just wanted to show it off on national TV, your weird looking mug, didn't you, buddy?
Preach. Okay, so we're going to pass the plate. I do think that this point that he's making is actually really important. Democrats did. They sent a lot of letters. They put out a lot of tweets, and they made a lot of floor speeches. But they asked that John Roberts come to Congress. He said, I'm not coming. And they were like, okay. And I think that, there were some, they should have upped the ante a little bit, ratcheted up the pressure. I didn't see any Democrats making their way over into the Supreme Court justice chambers. And while that seems kind of like, to do, I think given the stakes here and what has been happening with the court, it was necessary.
Well, Democrats.
Well, Simone, the thing is, just to hop in, the thing to do would be to cut their budget. Right? The Constitution says very little about the Supreme Court, but one of the things that's pretty clear is that Congress, not the court, controls the court's budget. If you want these men to pay attention, especially with all the reporting, with all the ethical probing that we have done, if you want these people to pay attention, you have to cut their money. The Constitution says that there will be a Supreme Court. It doesn't say they have to have a nice fancy office building to hold their hearings. They could have their hearings on the Washington Mall for all the Constitution cares, right? So like if you come at their money, that's a way to make them adhere to some basic minimal ethical standards. But Congress didn't have the will to do that, and again, so now we live in these times.
So I'm gonna have a little appetizer. There's nothing in there. She's just licking her saliva off the bowl. I don't see any food at all in there. Not even a dot. There might have been one dot. Might have been one dot actually, but I still see it in there. What?
Rev up your engines!
Well, you can now buy a car on Amazon. Amazon has gone live in 48 U.S. states selling cars. Now, they're selling Hyundais now, but they say they're going to sell more as time goes on. Only certain areas, you have to check in your own areas, but they're in cities from Atlanta all the way down to Washington, D.C. They're in 48 states. Now, realize one thing. You don't push a button, you got a car, and they bring it to you. It won't fit in a UPS truck anyways, right? What it is it's a cooperation between Amazon and a Hyundai dealer. So they show you what's around in your area. You can order it on Amazon, but you're still going to the dealer to pick it up. So as far as I'm concerned, it's basically just another sales technique for Hyundai to sell their cars. Amazon isn't selling you the car. The warranty goes through Hyundai.
I thought it was like going to be like some sort of...
It's just another advertising way to get people to buy a car. Now,
Amazon brand
everybody's
car.
got to take their cut, right? So
What's
if
the
Amazon's
brand?
taking their cut, hey, the price will probably be on the high side. You're better off going and dealing with a place than doing it online. Oh, look, I did it all online. And I'd look at it and say, yeah, and guess what? You overpaid too. Will they have Cyber Monday and Black Friday week sales of cars where they're 40% off or 50%? I doubt that, you know? I mean, personally, I'd never buy Hyundai anyways, so it wouldn't affect me, but it is online and you can check it out and see. And they do say, though, they don't have one-click shopping for it in case you screw up and push a button and you just bought yourself a Hyundai because you pushed, or maybe your kid got on your phone and pushed the button and bought you a Hyundai. It hasn't gone that far yet. Here we go with more promises of electric batteries for cars that'll revolutionize the world, okay? And here's what they're saying. 5 million miles. This breakthrough EV battery breaks record range, lasts over 20,000 cycles. Okay, now this was a study done at Dalhousie University, which is in Canada, in Nova Scotia, right? The real university. But realize this is at the research state. They claim there's a new type of lithium-ion battery with a single crystal electrode that can withstand over 20,000 charge-discharge cycles before it hits the 80% capacity shut off. They want them to keep at least 80% of their power. And they're saying that'd be 1 million miles of driving. It would still have 80% of its power. Okay, great idea, but they haven't built them for cars yet. And every time they talk about these things and they build one big, there's usually something breaks. It doesn't work right. Look at Elon with his fancy cylindrical batteries. They're kind of failing. People are claiming all kinds of things. So, yeah, 1 million mile battery, theoretically. Let's wait until they're actually made. And it's not just some scientists at Dalhousie University studying things. It was an interesting study, though, because they used an ultrabright synchrotron, which can look inside the batteries without having to cut them apart. So while they were studying them, they could analyze them. They didn't have to rip them apart, and then they're no good anymore, and then they have to start with another one. It's very interesting science, but in the real world, I'm not holding my breath for 1 million mile batteries anytime soon. Interesting ideas, but when does it reach us as consumers buying electric cars with such batteries in it? A long time from now, if ever. That's all I gotta say. Well, you might be surprised, but the 2025 Toyota Tacoma is America's last brand new pickup you can buy with a manual transmission. Previously, the Jeep Gladiator was too, but now they're only automatics. The half-ton F-150s, they dropped stick shift years ago, and there hasn't been a manual and a heavy-duty Ram since they got rid of it in 2018. Now the only thing left is the Toyota Tacoma with a manual transmission. It's a 6-speed manual with a 2.4-liter turbo 4-cylinder. And Toyota only offers its full crew cab ones, so you can't buy the cheap ones with 2 doors. They don't make them with manuals. Now their engineer, Sheldon Brown, said, hey, it took a long time to make that transmission fit the Turbo 4, because the Turbo 4 was made for automatic transmission, and I guess they still wanted to make it. Now the list price when I looked around here locally was $38,395 for that. A long cry from the original Toyota pickup trucks that were quite affordable. They're getting more and more expensive as time goes on, but if you want a manual, that's the only thing you can buy brand new in the United States anymore in a regular pickup truck. Well, here's a man who agrees with what I have to say. He says, quote, never go to the dealership for service. I paid $2,000 to fix my AC and they gave it back and it's still broken. This happens to be a Toyota dealership he went to. John Pine, who's a mechanic, he had to work on the car car after the guy spent all that money at the Toyota dealership, and the guy saying, how come my AC still doesn't work? I spent all this money. Now this mechanic, Brian, he showed that Toyota dealer charged him $1,914. This new mechanic, he hears a noise, he gets a stethoscope, it's coming from the AC compressor. Well, that's the part that he just had replaced. Obviously, they didn't do it correctly, right? And they obviously didn't road test it. This is the real problem with a lot of places. The mechanics that work at these dealerships are pressured to fix as many cars as they can. Fix them. Then they give them another one. Fix them, because they're making money for the dealership, right? That's where they make a lot of their profit is in repairs. But back in my day, when I learned from my grandfather, when we're done fixing a car, we go drive it around, make sure it was fixed. Guess what? They don't do that anymore at the dealerships. They don't want their precious mechanics who are making the money driving around in a car.
My God,
a lot of times they don't even road test them at all, or they get the guy who washes cars or go to McDonald's to get something to eat. I had a customer with one like that. They came back and they said, there's French fries in the back seat. They must have gone to McDonald's. And one of my customers had that, and they blew the speakers. They got the car back, the speakers didn't work. And they just said, oh, it was that way when you brought it in. Well, he knew his speakers weren't working. And a kid that went to McDonald's blasted it and blew the speakers of the car. So probably not that smart of an idea to go someplace where you spend $1,900 to fix your AC, and the part that they said they replaced is making a noise and it's not working right. You need to test things out after you fix them. That's part of the old school mechanic's job. I always have. My grandfather taught me how to do it. Now it's like, fix it, next one. Do they road test them? No. You gotta road test them. And it's gotta be somebody who understands cars, not the kid who does car washes. He doesn't know much about cars. Hey, it made it there and back. That's good enough. Well, things are so bad in California now that a California college is providing what they call safe overnight parking for homeless students whose home is their car. They live in their car. Long Beach City College allows homeless students to sleep in their cars on campus, even giving them showers and Wi-Fi. But the school doesn't consider it
I used to go there.
It's kind of like when a big company gets sued and they pay $500 million, but they say, we don't admit any wrongdoings, but here's this. They're not saying these people have a home here now, but they're letting them live there, because I suppose if they said it was their home, they would get rights. They could sue them or something. Who knows what legal nonsense goes on, but it's so bad in California that now students are living in their cars. Interesting enough, the parking lot that they're in is a parking lot next to the college campus safety building, and their benefits include access to restrooms, morning showers, Wi-Fi, referrals to long-term housing, and financial assistance for driver's license, registration, and insurance. So they're helping them get their cars and insure them so they can live in them in a parking lot. Man, how bad is it in California? It's getting to be
honkies, man. That's pretty cool.
That people predicted years ago is now the present. Oh yeah, I live in my car in a parking lot at school. Yeah, they let us take showers in the morning, not later today, but in the morning we can take a shower. I guess they don't want us to smell when we go to class, but they don't care if we smell later in the day. Right? Lola J says, I have crust on 2 of my spark plugs. I got a 2022 Toyota Tacoma, 64,000 miles, V6 engine. I replaced the spark plugs and found 2 plugs on the driver's side had some crusty white residue on them, but the middle one looked fine. What could cause this? White generally means they're running too hot, they're too lean, and so it makes that white. If they're running rich, they're black. If they're running lean, they're white. Now, it's only 2 on one side and not the other. What's happening is somehow those 2 cylinders were running lean. Now, I would first advise putting some good fuel injection cleaner, because let's say those 2 injectors got a little clogged up, then they won't spray right, they won't have enough fuel, they'll run lean, and away they go. Now, it's generally got to be something with your fuel, because if it was the ignition system, it wouldn't be just 2 of them, especially on a 2022 Tacoma. The ignition coils on those things generally last for decades. That's not a problem they normally have. But let's say you got some weak gas, some crud got through, clogged those injectors. Try some cleaner first. That'd be the first thing that I'd try out, because I'd look at the other side too. You looked at the 3 on one side, look at the 3 on the other, and see, are they all normal except those 2, or are some of those white? And the ones that are white would probably have some kind of a restriction in the fuel system causing it to run lean. Then they burn white. But you'll often get a little crust. But normally, if they look different, you got a problem in the ones that have crust if the others don't have crust at all. So if you never want to miss another one of my new car repair videos, remember to ring that bell.
Juicy. A juicy fruit that tastes so move ya. Chew so soft, it gets right to ya. A juicy fruit that tastes gonna move ya. Ah! Ah! Which part was impressive? All of it? Do you mean it? What sounded deep? The burp? Oh my gosh, YouTube, stop it. I'm scared that one of them will hurt each other doing that, because Simon's leaning on the door and they're putting their fucking hands in the middle of it, between it, you know? They put more weight on it to make sure that they don't accidentally hurt each other. You know, oh, so today's Sunday. That's what's going on. Well, 55. Well, 55. I don't like my mixed food.
President-elect Trump taking a victory lap to celebrate his gains with young voters, with support from 18 to 29-year-olds going up 11% since 2020. Karine Hajar joins us now. Karine, I guess the obvious question is, why are younger generations of Americans returning to what you could say are traditional family and Christian values?
I'm fluffy.
Well, I think it might be
just
too
a bite
far to say
though.
that they're
I wanted at least 10 bites
returning.
each.
There has been a drop in religiosity in the country. In 1998, you had 60% of over 60% of Americans saying that religion was very important to them. Today, it's around 40%, 45%, and then less people are having children too. But what you are seeing is a coherent movement.
I demand
and at least in my
excellence,
lifetime,
cats.
this is the first time I've seen the right, just in talking to voters and in the organization of this election, harness the youth vote and sort of give a voice to young Americans who do value traditional values. And I think you saw that in a big way in President Trump's speech at the recent convention with Charlie Kirk. He was talking about not only returning to common sense policies, but also the way that they were harnessing social media and TikTok on the campaign. First time giving a platform to these more traditional conservative values in such a youthful way.
I want to move on to this. Bill Maher, on an episode of his podcast with Jay Leno, slamming the left, calling it intolerant for cutting ties with family members over election results. Listen to this. I'll get your comment.
Remember him hugging Nixon, and then...
So what?
I know, but at the time he was seen as a traitor.
That's so funny. Way back when, a guy who crossed lines politically. Ooh, the worst thing you could ever do, be friends with a Republican? Call 911.
Yeah.
This is what I hate about the left. Just the idea that, cut your family off for Thanksgiving if they voted for the wrong guy. Well, off, you.
Well, we know how he thinks, but take a look at this, Corrine. New polling shows that 61% of Democrats find spending time with family and friends around the holidays makes them more stressed. What does this say about those who are left-leaning in their politics? They have zero tolerance, which, it's supposed to be free speech, but it's only free if you agree with them.
Exactly. I mean, I think that the left has sort of sold this lie to a lot of the people who buy into this, thinking that to believe their ideology, to vote along their party line, is to be a good person. And so people feel this moral imperative to keep the party line, to support these viewpoints. But look, this country was founded on the idea that we can have different viewpoints. We can vote on those viewpoints. We have the freedom to voice those ideas. And this is something that Americans are going to have to deal with going forward. We're going into another Trump presidency. The majority of Americans voted for President-elect Donald Trump. And, I talked to people on the campaign trail the whole year. I was mostly covering Trump voters. And at the end of the day, everyone says they're just voting for what they see as the best choice for their families and their communities. You can disagree with that choice, but you have to respect the fact that Americans are doing what's best for them and their families. I think that anyone could respect that.
How was your holiday meal, Corrine? Politics free? Did everyone get along okay?
Never quite politics free, but a lot of disagreement, but a lot of respect, and that's what counts.
And that's what counts. As long as you can do that, it's okay to have opposing opinions, but when you get to the point where you're cutting off friends and family and never speaking to them, I mean, that's just ridiculous.
It is, yeah. As long as everyone likes my turkey.
I bet we can all agree on that. Corrine, thank you so much for taking time out today to chat with us. We always appreciate it.
News that impacts you and your community. 13 on Your Side Evening News starts now.
First at 5, a warning from a West Michigan veteran who says he was just scammed out of $22,000. He bought a piece of construction equipment on Craigslist, but the excavator he paid for never showed up. 13 on Your Side's Micah Cho joins us in the newsroom with that warning. Micah.
Elena, Gino Bowens tells me he saw the excavator for sale on Craigslist and then messaged the seller. He says he did look into the company selling it and everything that he saw looked legitimate. However, now out $22,000. He told me losing out on this money couldn't come at a worse time.
I needed equipment to get the work done fast because I don't know how much longer I'm going to be healthy enough to do this.
When Gino Bowens was diagnosed with cancer, he made it his mission to clean up his Sparta property while he still could. He needed something heavy that could move over a dozen fallen trees around his home.
And I don't want to leave my wife with unfinished business.
That's why on December 1st, he contacted a Craigslist poster who was selling an excavator for just under $22,000. Bowen said the company that sold him the excavator is LW Equipment in Helena, Montana.
And I went through the whole ordeal, the paperwork, and the bill of sale, everything, the financing, and everything was going real smooth.
Bowens took out a loan using his motorcycle truck and his wife's car as collateral and then wired the money to a bank in Vero Beach, Florida. He started tracking his excavator days after the sale on December 2nd. However, when it got to Chicago, he says the tracking stopped and never received the $22,000 piece of equipment. And after trying to contact the company that sold him the equipment, he now believes the excavator and LW Equipment in Helena never existed.
It was all a phony scam.
LW Equipment's website has a phone number with a Rhode Island area code. We tried to call it Thursday afternoon, but after a few rings, there was a beep and then it went silent. The Better Business Bureau of Central and South Alabama issued a report last year about heavy equipment scams where one buyer transferred money to a legitimate-looking business for a tractor but never received their order. For Bowens, this has been a learning experience for him, but wants to help others not to fall for the same expensive scam.
So this is embarrassing for me to talk about it, but I think I need to share it with everybody. So my advice to anybody that's buying on Craigslist is don't buy it unless it's local and you can go and touch it, feel it, start it, run it.
Now, Bowen says he contacted the Secret Service, the Kent County Sheriff, and Interpol, the International Policing Agency. And I spoke to the Kent County Sheriff's Office, and a detective told me they are, quote, currently working to identify and locate the scammer. Elena.
Micah, thank you.
Maybe somebody will help him out. Come do it for him or something. Some crew from the area maybe will help him. Or he doesn't even have to do the work. They might, so that they can get the publicity from it. Because if he's already been in the news once, a crew doing that, they'd put it on the news. So I bet there's some crews thinking about it. That's huge publicity right there. Helping out a disabled vet. Or a dying vet. Or but maybe he'll get it done for free. Dude, every day feels like freaking the weekday to me, except Wednesday feels more busy. Sunday. A lot of people have tomorrow off though, don't they? And the day after that. Like a lot of people have until the 2nd off, probably. They took it off like that. I bet a lot of military do that. Take off from like the 20th to the 2nd or something. Get 2 weeks out of the year, or is it a month out of the year? And leave. I forget now. I think it's a month. No, it's 2 weeks. Let's see. I think it's a month though. How might leave for yeah, active duty service members earn 30 days of paid leave per year. It just felt like, it's like, man, it feels like a long time, doesn't it? I remember it being that though. That's why I was so like, it feels like a long time, but it's got to be that because that's what I remember. This leave is accrued at a rate of 2.5 days per month of service. The service members can carry over up to 60 days of leave from one fiscal year to the next, with some exceptions. You see, just because you have like 2 months of leave saved up, you still have to ask for permission to use it. You don't just get to be like, yeah, I'm taking my leave, boss, see you next week. See you next month. See you in 2 months. But you can also get paid for it. You like, so say you got 30 days saved up. That's 30 days of pay right there. But the thing is, if you just get the pay, you're not getting the time off with it. So, yeah, kind of a trope. You can't just take it when you want. everybody can't go on vacation at the same time. So even during the holidays, it's like everybody doesn't get to, unless you're in school. But even in school, there still needs to be some people on the base. But school, you're much more likely to be able to everyone go home for Christmas. I didn't go home. I don't remember. Wait, I don't remember going home when I was on a ship. I don't remember going home that Christmas. Maybe I did, but I don't remember, man. I think I went home one before that. Present time. What? Why'd you say that? This is the new story. Eight days off, yeah. What about it? You said, do you, with it? Doesn't matter. That's about it for me anyway, y'all. I don't have much else. I'm getting just a bunch of repeat stories. And old stories. All of them. Yep. That's gonna be it, man. No more kitty camp for the day. Thank you, Steve. Thanks again for your extreme generosity and time and hard cold cash. Your words and everything. Thank you for being here. And everybody else too. Even if you're not saying anything, I might not appreciate you as much, but I still appreciate you. Thanks for hanging, Northwest Media. You have a great day. As well as everybody else. Ted Thomas, Brody YYC was here. We had other people. Savage Lee was here. Electric Lou, man, he's probably sleeping right now. Miss Bungle. Delia even came through a Delia's vlog. And Mark Hopper. Thank you all for hanging. Hope to see you on the next one. Hey, it's Sunday Fun Day. Knowing some more PUBG, baby. Hope to see you there. At Doeshow, DOESHOW. That's where you can find us. You look crazy over there, though. You've been warned. Okay. See you soon. Bye. Bye. Okay, see you later. Okay.
another one.
Meow, 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 meow.